En la misma semana que Donald Trump continuó diciendo que todo lo relacionado con Jeffrey Epstein era una farsa total. Lo llamó de hecho una farsa demócrata y que de ninguna forma el Departamento de Justicia, su Departamento de Justicia, va a enviarle más pruebas a los demás. O sea, ya no quiere hacer público ningún archivo. Según él, ya ha sido completamente transparente. Dice, luego tienes a Mike Johnson diciendo que Donald Trump realmente fue uno de los principales informantes del FBI sobre Jeffrey Epstein. Entonces Donald Trump no ha sido malo, ha sido el héroe, ha sido el hombre que se encargó de demostrar que Jeffrey Epstein era una pésima persona. Pero ¿por qué no querrá publicar los documentos reales? Si las propias víctimas le están pidiendo que lo publique. Y es la misma semana en la que Robert F. Kennedy Jr., en mi opinión, está haciéndole un daño directo a las vidas de los niños estadounidenses. Y por supuesto, esto se derrama en lo que sea que esté sucediendo actualmente dentro de Florida. Ahora mismo en el régimen en el que DeSantis básicamente está atacando a los niños. Y lo que ocurrió allí fue que el cirujano general de Florida dijo que las vacunas básicamente son como la esclavitud. Como que, ¿de qué estás hablando? No tiene sentido. Para entender esto tenemos el Alien Super Show. Mira, por favor.
You guys were on vacation?
Oh,
what?
yeah.
We were in the universe where Trump actually died, and it was great.
What? I just went into cryo for 5 weeks. What did you...
Oh, you missed out.
You guys were...
Yeah.
I've been on a Fluzorgian punch bender. I've been drinking Fluzorgian punches.
Is this because I didn't clean the microwave and now I don't get invited?
You just have to open the emails, the ones that say...
Oh, yeah, like I'm gonna fall for that.
But it's been a nice break. It's been very nice.
So wait, Trump was fully dead in the universe you were in?
Yes.
He died or he was never born?
He died.
Okay,
I feel like
cool.
everyone was generally happy. Even the MAGA people were like, oh, you know what? We're better off.
Oh, wow. They realized that it was actually much better. And then I assume J.D. Vance took over and everything is much worse.
That's basically when we dipped out. So,
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, hope everything's going okay in the Peter Thielocracy of whatever universe you were in.
Earth 617, yeah.
Well, now that I'm unthawed...
If we must, let's get into it.
So what they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is...
Hold on, we're still doing Epstein? This is the longest running story. This is longer than NCIS. This is like season 36 of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, it's so crazy that just saying it's a hoax hasn't really made it go away.
Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir? So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends.
It's a Democrat hoax started by Republicans and led by Republicans.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like, what the fuck?
Over and over again, more and more and more. And nobody's ever satisfied.
These dang victims are never satisfied with their lack of justice.
Never satisfied. Just like my old friend Jeff Epstein. Just never,
Oh, God.
never have enough.
Thousands of pages of documents have...
Thousands of redacted documents.
Thousands of cover pages with no information on them.
All meaningless.
If you look at D.C. right now, D.C., it's a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone. That's a...
Not to be confused with a safe space. Very different.
You could walk down the street now and nothing's going to happen.
I could shoot someone in the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue and be totally safe.
What they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the tremendous success like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars.
And I'm gonna name them all right now.
That's my hoax I'm going to replace the Epstein hoax with.
Yeah, I would love to know what the wars are.
How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
Wow, it's like when your joke doesn't land,
Yeah.
and then he's like, did you see that? And he's like, no.
My mortality is not a joke.
I mean, he's lying. He did know about it because he posted, I am alive or whatever.
I'm in heaven now.
1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Those are good numbers. Those are
good numbers, Trump. Hey, for someone who's dead, you're viral as hell.
I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said there must be something wrong with him.
Trump may not be dead, but he has sprouted a new head.
In many ways, I'm twice as alive as I was previously.
I did numerous shows.
I was on Ghost Hunters where I was a ghost.
Also did a number of truths, long truths.
I
think
did a
pretty
number of
poignant
truths.
No, I was very active over the weekend.
I was very active. You saw a long lens Getty image photo of me getting into a car.
You saw my mouth agape, and that mouth didn't open by itself.
Why couldn't they just say he was sick? It's okay to be sick.
I had to get a pint of blood from Kai directly infused into me.
I had to get a gum transfusion from my granddaughter.
The Florida Department of Health, in partnership with the governor, is going to be working to end all vaccine mandates in Florida law.
Oh my God!
To 200 years of medical advancement down the drain.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
They actually drip with life-saving solutions that were designed by scientists at the top of their field who went to school for a dozen years to literally prevent children from dying.
Emancipate your lungs from having to work for oxygen. It's a polio joke.
You talk about what can be done after mass shootings in Buffalo and in Uvalde, Texas. Congress passed the bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It provided hundreds of millions of dollars for schools to expand mental health services. You did not vote for that bill. Why?
I don't remember the reasons that I didn't vote for.
I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. Why would I care about?
We need to have the resources.
This bill sounds like it might have done that.
We need to get to the root cause.
We need to get to the root cause that is not guns.
Yeah.
That would have done that. That would have identified this young man's mental health condition. That would have actually identified him as a danger to himself and the community before this ever happened. No, that's the part that we've got to identify.
I'm misunderstanding your point on purpose so I can dodge accountability, Martha.
Where were his friends, his family, his support group?
His gun lobbyist, where were they?
Why weren't we dealing with the problem on the front end?
Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on and talking out your fucking ass on ABC News.
Could follow up, but why bother doing my job?
God, what a fucking embarrassing way to conduct an interview. All these networks are exactly the same by just having these idiots on and then saying thanks.
We're launching studies on the potential contribution of some of the SSRI drugs and might be contributing to violence.
It's insane that you would bring on RFK in to talk about this period.
It's not really happening in other countries.
He just said the argument for gun control.
I know.
It's not happening in other countries where they have gun control and also SSRIs. So I've just disproven my own point.
It's happening here, and we need to look at all of the potential culprits.
All the culprits, except for the obvious one. Yeah. It's too obvious.
It's a red herring.
What about video games? Is video games still a thing?
Chicken jockey is very violent.
Kids are playing Counter-Strike and using the hack to headshot in the ice level.
There is a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI.
Why do you have to make up a lie? Why can't you just be like, no, I haven't seen it?
He enjoys lying. And this one's like a treat, a little lie treat.
A fake video.
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there.
I know every window. I walked in and I checked every window.
That's how my OCD manifests. It's I can't start the day.
I have to turn the light switch on 5 times, and then I have to check every window when I get home.
Maybe for the renovations.
Look at J.D. Vance craning his neck. Oh, can I see it?
It was AI generated.
Speaking of AI.
Are you ready for an AI challenge? Take part in this nationwide initiative.
Milan AI Trump.
Our first AI First Lady.
She absolutely is.
The real Melania has run away.
Donald Trump has been having cyber sex with an AI version of me. She does all the things I would never do, like touch his hand.
To discover, develop, and expand AI's potential.
Maybe you can make it look like someone's throwing stuff out the window.
Now, I pass the torch of innovation to you.
To pass the torch, you have to have done it.
I am the Prometheus handing you the fire of AI.
Now you can make dank memes with Grok all day. You can make a waifu who will show you her big titties.
This is my charge to you.
This is my challenge to you. Do not use the unlimited, unbridled power of AI for your fetish. Use it only for science.
Invites every student in America, from kindergarten to 12th grade, to unleash their imagination.
Yeah, by having a computer do all the work for you.
Unleash your keystrokes into the prompt.
Also, like, kindergartners are like, give me a sandwich. They're not like, make a frog fly through space.
Just as America once led the world into the skies, we are poised to lead again.
Don't stop until you've drained every Great Lake.
Boil every water's body.
Every fresh molecule of H2O must be gone.
Visit ai.gov to register today. Good luck.
You're going to need it.
Good night and good luck.
May the odds be forever in your favor.
The mockingbird.
I really cannot do a Melania accent.
I mean, none of us can.
Miren este movimiento de protestas del No King, por favor. Esto fue el movimiento de protestas No King. Chicago ha sido el escenario de las protestas pacíficas más grandes de todo el país, ya que protestas 100% pacíficas han tenido lugar allí. Y ahora Donald Trump quiere invadirlas con el ejército de Estados Unidos. Tienen dos secciones en su plan para poder derrocar todo esto. La parte 1 es enviar al ICE, desplegar a todos estos agentes del ICE y atacar a toda la población. Esto va a hacer que la gente se enfade y obviamente comience a contraatacar de la misma forma, para luego poder entrar con el ejército. Esto vimos que pasó en Los Ángeles y lo quieren hacer para tener videos grabados de cómo las personas que estaban protestando pacíficamente ahora los están atacando, pero no quieren mostrar la parte en la que ellos atacan primero. Esto, como te digo, lo hicieron en Los Ángeles y hicieron creer a muchas personas que las protestas no eran pacíficas, sino que eran protestas de ataque, cuando no son así. Solo quiero mostrarte nuevamente, esta vez una vista aérea de cómo se ven estas protestas pacíficas de No King. Esto es en Chicago y pasó en junio, así que presta atención por favor. Ahora, una de las cosas que está haciendo el ICE para provocar a la comunidad es que, aparte de esperar a las personas afuera de los tribunales de inmigración, ahora están esperando a las mujeres inmigrantes afuera de estas audiencias por violencia de género. Esto comenzó en Chicago. Así que las mujeres tienen dos opciones: o tienen que aguantarse las agresiones de su pareja, que pueden llevar probablemente a un caso fatal, o presentarse, denunciar a la persona que les está haciendo daño, para luego ser deportada por uno de estos agentes del ICE. Porque sí es muy triste que el ICE ya ni siquiera los espere solo en el colegio, también los espere en los jueces, también los esperen literalmente afuera de su casa. Ahora también va a lugares donde tienes que ir sí o sí si quieres denunciar. Qué triste, la verdad. Miren el clip, por favor.
Witnesses tell us that agents took at least one person into federal custody ahead of their scheduled court appearance. Our Sabrina Francis has been looking into that case. Sabrina, victim advocates are saying that this has people turning away from their scheduled appearances.
Marie, it would appear that's already happening. We were standing in the lobby of this courthouse today, and while we were there, folks were asking for people who would otherwise be in court, whether they be defendants or plaintiffs in cases that were heard today. Those people were not there, and the reason given, they were too afraid to be there. The courthouse at 555 West Harrison opens at 8:30 each weekday. One woman, whose name we are withholding because of the nature of her case, was set to appear at 9 a.m. We're told she didn't make it there. She was arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, according to this court document. Witnesses say they saw this man, who they believe to be a federal officer, assist in her arrest outside the courthouse about 15 minutes before her scheduled time to appear. A victim advocate asked why she was being arrested and told us an agent said, quote, "We're going to speak to her about her immigration status," before putting the woman in handcuffs. CBS News Chicago has learned the woman in this case was the accused abuser, arrested by the Chicago Police Department and charged with 2 misdemeanor counts of domestic battery. Court records say the charges were dropped today.
Sounds like as soon as we got word, my advocates and a bunch of other advocates and legal aid attorneys came down and started passing out Know Your Rights information.
Tessa Kuipers works as a victim advocate at the courthouse. She says she worries this will deter victims of domestic violence from reporting their abusers.
Just making survivors unsafer, right? Obviously, survivors are going to know ICE was here. They're going to have hesitancy about seeking protections, about connecting with their advocate and orders of protection and criminal charges that might be a tool for safety for them.
The CEO of the network advocating against domestic violence encouraged virtual hearings moving forward, adding in part, quote, "These actions will undermine survivors' trust in our legal system to be a resource for them and will discourage survivors from coming forward if they fear immigration will be at their next court hearing and take their loved ones."
A continuación, quiero que veas esta entrevista realizada a la vicegobernadora de Illinois, que se llama Juliana Stratton. Dio un fuerte mensaje sobre las amenazas que la administración de Donald Trump ha presentado a Chicago. Mira el clip, por favor.
Well, the latest that we know is that the ICE surge is going to begin perhaps as soon as today. And it's going to be exactly that. This is a manufactured crisis. Let's start with this surge. We're going into places like churches and schools, and as we just saw, courthouses, and stoking fear and knowing that people are going to react. And then when people do react, when they raise their voices, when they resist and protest, then the Trump administration is going to claim, well, now we have to come in and restore order. There is no emergency in Chicago. There's no emergency in Illinois. We have made it very clear at every level of government, we do not want them here. And there's no need to federalize the National Guard and have a military presence on American soil here in the city of Chicago. This is a classic page out of an authoritarian's playbook.
So what should the people know right now? Because obviously the plan is to provoke them. I live in Los Angeles, so there was a very small area in downtown, a few city blocks where there were some arrests that were taking place. And there was some actions by people that objectively you can say should not have taken place. Overwhelmingly 98% peaceful, but the whole situation was in the smallest city block area. And the Trump regime used that as a pretext to say the entire city is burning down and we need to invade. And then they use that as the So how do we avoid that situation in a city like Chicago?
Well, the same thing. I mean, we have made it very clear, the governor and I have both made it very clear that we know that people will want to raise their voices. They should do so peacefully. They should express the power of their voices as the way to push back. And it should be done so peacefully, because we know that the goal is that they want us to take the bait. They want people to take the bait so that they can justify their authoritarian actions. And so we have told everyone, we know that this is going to want you. Seeing people snatched off the streets by masked agents who don't have any markings on their uniforms, being stuffed into unmarked vans, it's going to provoke people wanting to raise their voices in protest. People are going to be upset. Any good, decent human being would be heartbroken by what we're seeing and what we expect to see. But we need people to express themselves peacefully, because any form of violence or that type of, intensifying those efforts could really lead to the most vulnerable and the people that we are really trying to protect being harmed. And we can't let that happen. So we have to be focused. Don't take the bait. If you're going to lift your voices, and I believe that everyone should, and use their First Amendment, exercise their First Amendment rights, but do so peacefully, because we are not going to take the bait and let them think that they can justify what they're trying to do.
You've devoted your life to addressing criminal justice, the criminal justice system, and systemic root causes of crime, how to stop it, proactive measures, community engagement, building trust in communities. There is a lot that is required there in order to bring down the root causes of crime, in addition to just heavy-handed policing, which in some cases is needed, but there is a need for community involvement and building that trust. And it seems that one of the things this Trump regime has been doing is removing the types of funding and programs and economic opportunities. We saw the horrible jobs report coming out on Friday. And when those things start to happen, we know, just like during the first Trump administration, you start to see homicide rates creep up and crime creeps up. And that, to me, is an untold story, that he's bringing in the military, but he's also creating the circumstances to allow for crime to rise after years and years and a career of dealing with it and trying to find, how do we systemically address. Bringing in the military is not a solution at all, yet alone a systemic solution to a systemic crisis.
Absolutely. I mean, I think about the fact that I have personally been impacted by gun violence. My family has been impacted. And I've talked to so many people. I live on the south side of Chicago, and I've talked to so many people about what they need in a moment like this. What do people need to heal their communities? What do they need to feel safe? And I can tell you unequivocally to all of the experts that I've spoken to, and I'm including as experts people who have been directly impacted, survivors. No one, and I mean absolutely no one, has said what we want is an armed military roaming the streets of our communities. That is not what makes people feel safer. What makes people feel safer are the exact things that Donald Trump is stripping away. Access to health care, including mental health care. Being able to put food on the table, knowing that you have a good paying job, that you can take care of your family. What helps people when we talk about the root causes is making sure that people have access to opportunity, including education and other types of opportunities to close the wealth gap and to create generational wealth for their children. But that's not what we're seeing from this administration. We're seeing an administration that wants to bring the military and wants us to normalize it. And that's the thing. I mean, I'm constantly just amazed at the number of questions like, might this do some good? No, it will not do good. It will not do good for us to normalize a military presence on American soil. What could do some good is Donald Trump releasing the $800 million in violence prevention funding that he has slashed for states like Illinois. We are doing the work here. Is there more work to do? Absolutely. Anytime we see any level of crime, it's unacceptable and we have to do the work. But a military presence and this chaos of a wannabe dictator, it is not something that's going to make our community safer. And quite frankly, Donald Trump doesn't care about safe communities. He doesn't care about reducing violence or crime. And he doesn't care about making sure that people have what they need. We are going to do this work here in Illinois. And by the way, it's one of the reasons why I'm running for the United States Senate, so I can fight for all of those things that we need to see happening for our communities.
Tell us about the Senate race, because there are major issues taking place right now when it comes to our federal government, which seems to just be a rubber stamp for Donald Trump. Again, horrible jobs report that came out on Friday. You have all of these Trump sycophants out there who are one by one just saying, oh, it's Jerome Powell's fault. It's this person. No, it's the person who's tariffing the world's fault without legal authority, who's crushing our economy, who's attacking Canada. I mean, you probably speak to a ton of people across the border who are like, what the hell is going on? Crushing our tourism industry. It's obvious where this is coming from. So tell us about that.
Well, right. I mean, I'm traveling the state and I'm talking to people every single day across the state of Illinois about what they're looking for in this particular moment. And even though there are so many policy issues to choose from, too many to choose from, what I hear more than anything else is that people are looking for someone who will stand up and fight for them and who will push back against this chaos that we're seeing coming out of Washington, D.C. in the Trump administration. People want to know that someone is going to fight against what's happening. I mean, you talk about the instability, you mentioned the tariffs. There is so much instability in our country right now. We do not have the kind of leadership that people deserve to bring stability either to our economy, to our business community, but to everyday working families. People who are just trying to make ends meet, make sure that they have affordable housing, make sure that they can put food on the table and can get to a doctor when they need to see a doctor. Those are the things that people are looking for someone to fight for. And they don't want people who are just going to go along to get along or the same old, same old. They want new voices, fresh ideas. And that's the kind of leadership that I'll bring. It's not just about fighting against Donald Trump, although I'm ready to do that. It's also about making sure that we fight for the people. And that's what has to be centered. Donald Trump said that he was going to do these things. He hasn't. And this is an example of failed leadership. at every single level. And because he's a failure, he wants to distract by doing things like threatening states like Illinois and cities of Chicago, because we won't bow down to him. And you're right, we will not. So this is an example of how we're seeing a failed administration, and we need leaders who are going to come in to the United States Senate who will fight for the people, fight against Donald Trump, and get some things done to make their lives better, because government should be a partner and not a roadblock.
Por más que lo intente, Donald Trump ya no puede esconderse del escándalo de Jeffrey Epstein. No puede seguir ocultando este encubrimiento tan grande que él tiene. Esto no es una capa de maquillaje sobre sus manos golpeadas. Él no puede poner una caja para que la cámara no capte todos sus tobillos totalmente hinchados. No, porque esto es algo diferente y no vamos a parar de hablar de esto. Y tampoco lo hará la mayoría de gente que pertenece a MAGA, incluyendo a su ex compañero y mejor amigo, bueno, antiguo mejor amigo, Elon Musk, quien acaba de publicar un mensaje muy ominoso, mientras una nueva bomba relacionada con Jeffrey Epstein acaba de sacudir a Donald Trump. En este momento tenemos muchas noticias sobre Jeffrey Epstein que abordar, y este post tan interesante de Elon Musk en medio de todo este problema, pero todo comienza en sí con lo que dijo Jasmine Crockett, así que presta atención por favor.
Say to lawmakers who heard their stories and they still refuse to support a full investigation into the Epstein case?
I think they all deserve to lose their seats. I mean, at the end of the day, we swear an oath to the Constitution and we swear to serve and to protect Americans. And right now, as you just had a conversation about this administration that is not attacking enemies, but has decided that it wanted to be an enemy towards its own American people, this is yet another attack on us. And what type of precedent is it setting? And what is it telling those that are suffering right now as victims as it relates to our elected officials? It says that so long as you have enough money and or power, then you will be protected and not the most vulnerable amongst us. We are talking about people that were children. You played a clip of Miss Farmer who talked about her as well as her sister that were abused in the 90s, and they reported this, and unfortunately nothing happened to the extent that we had survivors that were giving us testimony as late as 2008 when he was absolutely supposed to be incarcerated in Florida, yet he was still somehow managing to abuse women. We have to stand up. I don't know who's in these files. I don't know if they're Democrats, Republicans, or independents. I don't know if they're donors to any specific campaigns. I have no idea. And honestly, it just doesn't matter. What matters is about doing better for not only these women, but for future generations. So I really don't have any expectations as it relates to a timeline. I will say anything that can slow this thing down, if it's under Comer's watch, is what we're going to see, is anything that drags it along. And frankly, the person that is directing what happens and what doesn't happen, obviously, is the President of the United States. So this comes down to what it is that he's okay with coming out and when. And frankly, it doesn't seem like he's okay with any of it coming out, which basically furthers suspicion from both sides that he is a lot more involved than anything that he's ever said that he was.
Cualquier republicano en el poder que haya escuchado a las víctimas de Jeffrey Epstein hablar de cómo sobrevivieron y todo lo que vivieron, y si estos republicanos se niegan a reconocer su dolor, sencillamente yo creo que deberían de quitarle su escaño. Esto es una abominación, y peor aún que usaron el dolor y las historias de estas víctimas para mejorar la campaña de Donald Trump en el 2024. Literalmente se adueñó de sus historias, las utilizó como una campaña de marketing y luego sencillamente las abandonó. Pues hasta el día de hoy no liberan los archivos de Jeffrey Epstein. Básicamente todas estas personas fueron utilizadas como una ficha política. Y ahora no están contentos de tener que asumir este hecho. No les gusta para nada, especialmente a estas personas con los megáfonos más grandes dentro del Partido Republicano, que son Marjorie Taylor Greene y Thomas Massie. Bueno, no podemos olvidar tampoco a Elon Musk, que hizo una publicación muy, pero muy interesante. Pero justo antes de hacerlo, empezó a atacar nuevamente a la administración de Donald Trump. Creo que es un contexto interesante antes de llegar a este post. Elon interviene para recordarle al Departamento de Energía de Donald Trump que las baterías existen. Elon Musk intervino el domingo para destacar un problema evidente en el ataque del Departamento de Energía a las energías renovables, recordándoles que la administración ignora una innovación clave, el almacenamiento de baterías. La respuesta educada vino después de que el Departamento de Energía amplificara el conocido ataque de Donald Trump contra las renovables al compartir una entrevista del secretario de Energía, Chris Wright, en el Washington Examiner, culpando a la energía eólica y solar por el aumento de los precios de la electricidad. Intentando ganar puntos baratos el viernes, la cuenta del DOE declaró: la infraestructura de la energía eólica y solar es especialmente inútil cuando está oscuro y no sopla el viento. Elon respondió: por supuesto, con el conocimiento de su empresa, produce sistemas de almacenamiento de energía a gran escala, diciendo. Luego vinculó el departamento con un documental sobre el trabajo de almacenamiento de energía de su empresa en Australia, donde su producto de almacenamiento a gran escala, Megapacks, presta servicios a empresas de servicios públicos en una zona rural con grave inestabilidad en la red utilizando energía solar. Esta es la primera vez en mucho tiempo que escuchamos a Elon Musk decir algo verdaderamente negativo de esta administración. Él ha tratado de mantenerse como tal al margen hasta que tuvo una publicación muy explosiva. Elon escribió: me agradecerás después. La respuesta principal a esta publicación decía: si sabes, sabes, con una imagen de un tweet de Donald Trump Jr. que decía: muéstranos toda la lista de clientes de Jeffrey Epstein ahora. ¿Por qué alguien protegería a esos desgraciados? Háganse esa pregunta todos los días, y la respuesta se vuelve evidente. Así que parece que Elon Musk nuevamente está lanzando indirectas justamente a la administración de Donald Trump. Y justo a tiempo, porque parece que Robert García y el comité de supervisión tienen noticias nuevas sobre el caso de Jeffrey Epstein y mírenlas por favor.
Oversight Committee Ranking Member Robert Garcia joins us now. So, Congressman, it seems like tomorrow is shaping up to be a big day, and will part of the materials that the Oversight panel receives be the birthday book? Are you going to get this tomorrow?
It's looking highly likely. We've been working, of course, with the Epstein estate. Democrats have been forcing, as you know, Republicans to take votes that they don't want to take. We got the subpoena for the Epstein files and are waiting the DOJ to release all those documents and continue to stonewall. We've pushed to get this birthday book and note, which I should remind everyone, Donald Trump has said does not exist. He says that, no, this birthday note that we know is in the hands of the Epstein estate, that does exist. We should be getting confirmation tomorrow. We should be receiving the book and all the Epstein documents from the estate tomorrow, and our intention is to make it public. Our intention is to ask the question, Mr. President, you said this note does not exist. It'll hopefully be in our possession this week, and we're ensuring that every document necessary to bring justice for these victims that we've, of course, heard this just last week, which has been, I think, very hard for the public to come to terms that the White House is covering these horrific information, these files, these crimes up. And so it's going to be a big week.
Este libro de cumpleaños podría hacer estallar las noticias no solo de Donald Trump sobre Jeffrey Epstein, sino lo que es aún más importante. Esta administración no solo ha trabajado para proteger a Donald Trump. Es claro y evidente y todos lo sabemos. Lo que ha revelado es que esta administración ha trabajado para proteger a todas las personas involucradas dentro de la lista de Jeffrey Epstein. Personas multimillonarias. Acabamos de ver que el Departamento de Justicia de la Fiscal General Pam Bondi le pidió a un juez que no revelara información a NBC News. Le pidió a este juez que no revelara los nombres de los dos asociados a Jeffrey Epstein, que recibieron transferencias de entre $100,000 y $250,000 respectivamente. Estos eran asociados de Jeffrey Epstein y el Departamento de Justicia quiere mantener sus nombres en privado. Estas no son víctimas a las que Pam Bondi esté tratando de proteger y por eso las quiere en privado. No. Pam Bondi está defendiendo culpables, lo que resulta tan perjudicial en esa promesa del libro de cumpleaños. ¿Cuántas personas están conectadas y cuántas más podrían implicar a Donald Trump? Presten atención a este clip, por favor.
Did the president tell you this specifically about his involvement?
I said, I was recounting what others have said. The president and I have talked about the Epstein evils many times. He's as disgusted by it as everybody else. He has long had a history of acknowledging that, and he has said repeatedly he wants everything to come out, all credible information, everything for the American public to decide.
Was he ever asked to wear a wire or anything like that?
I have no idea. No, I'm not saying that. I have no information about that whatsoever. I was repeating what has been common knowledge for a long time. The president was helpful in trying to get Epstein, for the law enforcement to go after Epstein. That's always been my understanding. That's common knowledge. It's the public's understanding. I was not breaking news there, okay? What I'm trying to emphasize is that the president is as disgusted about this as everyone is, all people of good conscience. We heard from the victims last week. It was gut-wrenching to hear their accounts.
Una mentira descarada, como que simplemente se metió a esto sin sentido. ¿Qué tan tonto tienes que ser, me pregunto yo? Mike Johnson es un tonto por decir eso y dejémoslo así de claro. No existe ningún mundo en el que puedas decir que Donald Trump era amigo de Jeffrey Epstein únicamente porque quería informarle a las autoridades de sus actos ilícitos. Eso es mentira. Nada de eso le está funcionando y todo le está saliendo muy mal a Donald Trump. Y esto lo podemos ver claramente en las encuestas. Mira por favor.
Poll numbers are lagging on jobs, as you might imagine. Then again, they're lagging on a lot and have been for a while. CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten is here. Sir, you see something of a pattern here.
I do see something of a pattern. Sometimes we lose the forest for the trees, but I want to look at the forest, and it is one ugly duckling forest that we're looking at for Donald Trump. You know, look at this. Negative net approval rating for some. You know, we talk about one poll, the CBS News poll. We talk about another poll, the NBC News poll. Nuh-uh. Look at the aggregate polls and look how long Donald Trump's net approval rating has been negative. It has been every day since March 12th in the average of polls. We're talking about 181 days in a row in which Donald Trump has been underwater swimming with the fishes. There is no good data for Donald Trump when looking at the aggregate and looking overall. He has been negative for a very long period of time, the vast majority of his second presidency.
What about the issues?
Okay, what about the issues? You see this here, right? Is there any shining light? Is there any light at the end of the tunnel? Well, look at the issues. Look at this. These are all the key issues. Donald Trump is underwater on all of them. Trade, obviously, tariffs have been a big thing at the bottom of your list, minus 17 points. The economy, which was the reason he was elected to his second term to fix the economy, way underwater at minus 14 points. Foreign policy, minus 12. And then I think, Mr. John Berman, the key two issues at the top, because these have been Donald Trump's strongest issues, crime and immigration. But get this. He is now underwater on both of these issues, if barely, but he's underwater on crime at -2, immigration at -3. On all the key issues, he is again swimming with the fishes. Consistency across the board.
It is interesting, though, because the difference here does explain why even with these jobs numbers, which were historically bad on Friday, this is what he's focused on today. He'd rather be talking about this than this.
Absolutely.
All right, what about with key groups that may have influenced his election victory?
Okay, so you know, we talked about right at the top that every day since March 12th, what has changed since February in terms of making Donald Trump go from the positive side of the ledger to the negative side of the ledger? And this, of course, I think is so important. Two key groups that were so important to getting Donald Trump a second term. He did so much better than the traditional Republican among those under the age of 30 and Hispanics. Look at this. In February, among those under the age of 30, his net approval rating, according to CBS News, +2 points. Look at where we are now. Negative 30 points. That's a 32-point move in the wrong direction. And Hispanics, he was 6 points underwater. Look at this. Minus 34 points. That's a 28-point move since February. No wonder Donald Trump's in trouble. He's steady across the board. And since February, when he was last positive, he's only gotten significantly worse among two very key groups for his election back last year.
If this sticks, it'll be interesting to see how it impacts some of these districts, especially in Texas in the midterms.
I got a feeling we'll be talking more about that down the line.
Harriet, and thank you very much.
Donald Trump ha intentado y fracasado en su intento de encubrir todo el tema de los archivos de Jeffrey Epstein. Pero como esto no va a desaparecer, el comité de supervisión publicó una carta que Donald Trump le escribió a Jeffrey Epstein. Todo esto dentro de su libro de cumpleaños. Si pensabas que esto era grave, sinceramente ya empeoró, porque el Wall Street Journal, quien fue uno de los primeros en revelar todo esto, ha publicado un nuevo informe sobre una supuesta venta de una jovencita por parte de Donald Trump hacia Jeffrey Epstein. Exactamente, así como lo leíste, una venta de una persona. Tenemos fotos y tenemos el cheque, así que vamos a entrar en lo que ha sido uno de los días perturbadores sobre el escándalo de Jeffrey Epstein. Y también vamos a ver publicaciones totalmente desquiciadas que tanto Donald Trump como Caroline Leavitt están haciendo para poder distraer a las personas de esto. Ahora, antes de entrar en esta nueva y alocada historia del Wall Street Journal, quiero empezar con lo que dijo Jasmine Crockett sobre estos encubrimientos que está teniendo la Casa Blanca para ayudar a Donald Trump. Mira, por favor.
What? And I also want to point out that it is so rich that the Republicans believe in small government, and this is the biggest government that I've ever seen, because they have decided that now they are going to somehow be the local police that is going to solve local crime as the federal level. That is not what we're supposed to do, especially on our level. What we do is we write federal laws. That is our job, and that is the lane that we're going to stay in. And the only reason we're talking about January 6th is because the Republicans are the ones bringing this, not us.
Ahora mismo, más que nunca, podemos ver a Donald Trump y a todos estos republicanos dentro del Congreso abusar de forma excesiva de su poder. Todo esto para distraernos de las historias que realmente están sucediendo, porque ellos no quieren que prestemos atención más que todo a esta última pieza del Wall Street Journal. Porque claro, es una locura hablar sobre este cheque que básicamente está comprando una persona. Pero todo comienza con la historia que se reveló por parte de Robert García. Y qué tan cerca, qué tan relacionado está con MAGA. Así que empecemos viendo esto de Robert García. Mira por favor.
Hey, it's Congressman Robert Garcia. As you may have heard, oversight Democrats just got a hold of the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book and note that, of course, was sent by Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein. This note, Donald Trump has said, does not exist. Well, once again, he is lying to the American public and is leading a White House cover-up. Now, I'm going to show you the note that we've now acquired. It's a little crude, so I do apologize if you don't want to see it. But this is the actual note. You see the president's signature there. You can read some of the words that he is sharing with his friend, Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. President, this is not a hoax. You are lying to the American public. You are involved in a cover-up. Now, the Oversight Committee is going to be reviewing the documents we received today, and we will not stop until we get justice for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and all those that were involved. We do not care how powerful you are, how connected you are, how much money and wealth you have, or what political party that you are in. We'll get justice for these survivors, and we'll get to the truth.
Es evidente que Donald Trump escribió esa carta, es evidente que Donald Trump envió esa carta, y también es una forma de ver cómo Donald Trump percibe o percibía estos hábitos repugnantes de Jeffrey Epstein. Es repugnante, pero también es evidente que todos estos republicanos trataron de hacer todo lo posible por evitar que esta carta saliera a la luz. Donald Trump presentó una demanda diciendo que esto era difamación. Caroline Leavitt aún trata de manipular esta historia. Y esto no está funcionando y vamos a revisarlo en este último informe. Como puedes ver aquí, no podría ser más claro que la firma de Donald Trump en esta carta coincide con las firmas autentificadas de Donald Trump en ese mismo periodo. Pero por supuesto, Caroline Leavitt tuvo que intervenir y escribir. La última pieza publicada por el Wall Street Journal prueba que toda esta historia de tarjeta de cumpleaños es falsa. Como he dicho desde el principio, está muy claro que el presidente Donald Trump no dibujó esta imagen y no la firmó. El equipo legal del presidente Trump continúa persiguiendo agresivamente acciones legales. Además, el reportero que escribió este ataque nos contactó para pedir comentarios en el mismo minuto en el que publicó su historia, sin darnos tiempo para responder. Esto es una noticia falsa para perpetuar la farsa demócrata de Jeffrey Epstein. La farsa demócrata, literalmente acabas de escuchar el testimonio de sobrevivientes de Jeffrey Epstein. Esto pasó justamente en el Capitolio. ¿Cómo puedes decir estas cosas? Y obviamente esa es la firma de Donald Trump. No está nada falsificado ahí. Pero si quieres algo aún más claro, ¿qué tal él posando junto a Jeffrey Epstein en este nuevo y repugnante elemento de esta historia? También en la nueva historia de Wall Street Journal de hoy, la carta de Pascal incluyó una foto de un cheque ampliado por $22.500 que ha sido editado para parecer que fue enviado de Donald Trump a Jeffrey Epstein. Debajo, una leyenda escrita a mano que decía: Jeffrey mostrando talentos tempranos con dinero más células femeninas totalmente desperdiciadas redirigidas a Donald Trump por $22.500. El nombre de la mujer está tachado en la imagen. Puedes ver la imagen aquí del cheque entregado a Jeffrey Epstein por Donald Trump con la mención de la venta de una mujer. Estás bromeando sobre que Donald Trump compró una mujer totalmente depreciada a Jeffrey Epstein. Ahora, ¿qué significa eso? Hay muchas cosas que podríamos deducir de todo esto. ¿Estás diciendo que tal vez la chica ya es demasiado mayor para Jeffrey Epstein? Demasiado usada, según su lenguaje repugnante. Es repugnante que hicieras bromas sobre esto, pero lo probaría todo. Y por esa misma razón, Donald Trump trató de responder con su propia distracción después de que todo esto se hiciera público. Y publicó esto dentro de Truth Social. Donald Trump escribió en Truth Social: he visto el video horrible de una hermosa joven refugiada en Ucrania que vino a Estados Unidos para escapar de la guerra brutal en Ucrania y estaba viajando inocentemente en el metro de Charlotte cuando fue brutalmente atacada. El agresor era un criminal reincidente, conocido que había sido arrestado y liberado en enero un total de 14 veces. ¿Qué demonios hacía viajando en un tren y caminando por las calles? Criminales como ese deben de ser encarcelados. La sangre de esta mujer está en las manos de todos los demócratas que se niegan a encarcelar personas peligrosas, incluido el exgobernador deshonrado y aspirante a senador Roy Cooper. Carolina del Norte y todos los estados necesitan ley y orden, y solo los republicanos lo entregarán. Además, ¿dónde está la indignación de los medios tradicionales sobre esta horrible tragedia? Así que en un intento de Donald Trump por tratar de distraer a todos, él convirtió una verdadera tragedia en una ficha política. Porque sí, lo que le pasó a esta señorita es una tragedia total. Él lo está utilizando para atacar a otro político, o sea, como una ficha política. Tal cual lo hizo con estos argumentos, o es mejor dicho, lo que pasó con las chicas, las supervivientes de Jeffrey Epstein. Todo esto para que por supuesto le explote en la cara como ya ha pasado anteriormente. A Donald Trump no le interesa mantener a la gente segura. Lo único que le interesa verdaderamente a Donald Trump es el mismo Donald Trump, y eso lo ha dejado claro una y otra vez. Esta carta de Jeffrey Epstein es una vergüenza. Ese cheque es abominable. No sé cómo alguien puede ver esto y no pensar directamente que Donald Trump más que nunca está siendo descalificado. No solo como presidente, sino para existir en una vida pública. Porque sí, este hombre es un criminal. Es repugnante cómo este ser humano se expresa de los demás, cómo sencillamente no le importa la vida ajena, solo busca su propio bien. Si tú estás dispuesto a inclinarte hacia este tipo, sencillamente eres otro cobarde. Escuchemos lo que tenían que decir Tim Miller dentro de MSNBC. Presta atención, por favor.
Yeah, well, I think it's their instinct to lie, for starters. Was when they're presented with inconvenient information, it's easier for them to talk about the fake news and blame the fake news than actually engage on the merits. On this one in particular, it is true that it's not known that Donald Trump was bawdy, but there is this mythos that Will could talk about for sure on some on the MAGA right and the QAnon right, that Trump was like fighting against, the elite pedophile rings out there, and that he was, some warrior on the inside who was going to expose all these people. And now here he is, not only not exposing them all, but writing this note to Epstein here that is just extremely familiar, right? Like it's one thing, it is true that famous people sometimes sign birthday cards for people or sign generic notes for people. That is not what we're seeing here. I mean, we have this drawing of what appears to be a young woman, I would say, and Donald Trump talking about how they share certain things in common, about how they have all these wonderful secrets together. I mean, it's a letter from two guys that get in trouble together and have a bromance. That's what this is. It's not some generic letter. And so I think that's why they probably are more sensitive about it, because it's not as if it's just two famous people getting their picture together at another famous person's party.
Yeah,
it's more intimate.
I hear you on that. But I don't think would it be surprising that Donald Trump wrote something like this to one of his friends? No, even if that friend did turn out to be a creep, I'm not sure it would be surprising. I don't know if that inherently means that Donald Trump himself is also engaging in the same behavior. He was interacting with lots of people. I think making that jump is easier to do if the person is being cagey about it and strange and not admitting to just some obvious things. When you're not saying, yeah, I wrote this, I did do this picture. No, it's not me. Somebody else drew it. It's not my signature. When it looks exactly like your signature, that starts to raise more questions. But I want to linger on what Tim said a moment ago about the right canonizing Donald Trump as the figure who was going to expose all of this. Speaker Mike Johnson had this very weird moment on Friday where he suggested that Donald Trump was actually an FBI informant against Jeffrey Epstein. He was the one that tipped off the FBI back in the early 2000s. He walked that back and cleaned it up a bit in a statement today, but it just was out there for 3 or 4 days out there in the press. Where does that come from, this idea that Donald Trump was the one? By the way, we had Tom Winter on earlier today. He's reviewed the documents, and the initial tip came from, according to the government documents, came from the family members of some of the girls who were victimized.
I don't know if that was for me or
Will. I'm sending that to you. I'm sorry, Will.
Oh, sure,
it was a big wind-up.
Sure. So in this case, I mean, look, conspiracy theorists, QAnon believers, Trump supporters have had a problem for a long time, which is, how do you square Donald Trump's friendship with this, convicted charged sex trafficker and pedophile, all these things, convicted pedophile. And what they came up with was, well, maybe Trump was kind of going in on the inside to expose Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe he made Alex Acosta, the prosecutor who gave Epstein a sweetheart deal. Maybe he put him in the cabinet to draw attention to how awful this deal was. So they kind of exist in this alternate universe. And that's only gotten worse since Trump tried to close the Epstein case along with Pam Bondi. And so, again, it's bizarre to me that this has reached the point where the Speaker of the House is now saying, well, maybe Trump is an FBI informant. Maybe he was working to take down Epstein. But really, I mean, they're grasping at straws because, as you said, Katie, the whole thing is really weird. The idea that Trump was friends with this notorious pedophile, and all of a sudden his administration is doing everything they can to stop this discussion about it.
Yeah, I guess if you're innocent, why do you protest so much about it? Why do you claim that you're not involved in any way? Why is this not your signature? We've seen the images. We've seen them partying together. Donald Trump has given quotes to magazines about the kind of guy that Jeffrey Epstein was. It's all been out there.
Donald Trump está obsesionado con hablar sobre el crimen, lo cual es irónico porque él mismo es un criminal. Así que no debería de llamar tanto la atención sobre ese tema, pero bueno, es Donald Trump. Él cree que su constante discurso de miedo lo hace parecer un tipo rudo, un tipo fuerte. Que sus ataques en Washington con sus matones armados lo hacen parecer un tipo intocable, pero no es así. Lo único que hace es demostrar lo débil que es el presidente de Estados Unidos. Y eso quedó muy claro en una diatriba insana que tuvo Donald Trump que dejó atónito a todos los oyentes. Ahora, antes de entrar en este momento que dejó a la multitud en un completo silencio, con un Donald Trump balbuceando y diciendo cosas sin sentido, quiero empezar por cómo Donald Trump comenzó atacando a Washington, D.C. Mira el clip, por favor.
We're waiting for a call from Chicago. We'll fix Chicago. And again, D.C. is right now so safe you can go out. Friends of mine called, one in particular, he's been in D.C. for a long time. And he said, I haven't gone out in 4 years for dinner with my wife. The restaurants were all closing because people were afraid, even if they were in the restaurant, it didn't matter. They were held up. You know, guys would walk in with guns into a restaurant. And that's over. It's not happening. It's now safe. And this man said, I've gone out to dinner in the last week and a half 4 times. And I am so safe. My wife could meet me at the restaurant. She could walk by herself. There is zero threat. The National Guard working with the police, working with the mayor. The mayor has, you know, that's not her ideology. And now I think it maybe is her ideology. She's taking a lot of heat, too, from the radical left. You know, they don't like that she's allowing it. But look, she's going to either allow it or we'll just do it because, you know, it's just... But she understands that. She understands that. But I can tell you the people...
Pero te puedo dejar muy claro que a Donald Trump no le interesa lo que diga la ley. No le importa en absoluto lo que realmente funcione para hacer a las comunidades más seguras. Lo único que él quiere es imponer su voluntad por sobre todos. Y creo que es muy importante mencionar que cada vez que Donald Trump toca el tema de seguridad o del crimen, irrefutablemente él tiene que nombrar a sus amigos multimillonarios, que aparentemente no han salido a comer fuera de su casa en los últimos 10 años porque tienen miedo de la inseguridad de Estados Unidos. Quiero hacer una pausa, Donald Trump está mintiendo, estos amigos multimillonarios salen a todos lados, recordemos que están rodeados de guardias que tienen armas y que sencillamente no les da miedo asistir a ningún lugar dentro de Estados Unidos. ¿Pero de qué pueden tener miedo las personas? Pues yo creo que le tienen miedo a estos militares, bueno, no militares, agentes de Gestapo de Donald Trump que tienen la cara tapada, van armados y que ya han desaparecido bastantes personas. Yo les tuviera mucho miedo, más que todo considerando mi tono de piel. Pero a Donald Trump lo que realmente le importa no es mi opinión ni tu opinión, es la opinión de sus amigos multimillonarios. Y él está completamente desconectado de la realidad, porque así es, sencillamente está desconectado. Todo, él no entiende estos temas y realmente ni le interesan. Quiero que empieces viendo este clip donde se puede ver la transfobia que tiene Donald Trump, así que presta la atención por favor.
Imagine men playing in women's sports. So you're up 15 years ago, I guess, probably 10 years ago, but 15 years ago, and somebody said, we will not allow men to play in women's sports. People would look at the person and say, what's he talking? Is he crazy? It happened. And not only that, the Democrats don't want to give it up. I watched a congressman fighting like crazy this weekend for men having the right to play in women's sports. And they don't understand, but I don't want to really fight them on that. I tell all the Republicans, let them go. Just bring it up about a week before the election because you don't want to talk about it, but they say it's an 80-20 issue. I say, Dan, it's a 97-3 issue, okay? And transgender's about the same. It's crazy. It's sort of a crazy thing. It's a world gone wrong, just a world gone wrong. And I made the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders. You're going to hate this. Male and female. You're going to hate it.
Está desconectado Donald Trump, nadie piensa y habla más sobre los transexuales que tus mismos republicanos. Estos republicanos que viven en pequeños pueblos donde no son capaces de cruzarse con alguien que no esté dentro del 1% de la población. Por cierto, Donald, si te preocupan las minorías, déjame decirte que la mayor minoría de Estados Unidos son los multimillonarios, que apenas ocupan un 1% dentro del país. Estos multimillonarios que están obteniendo muchas ganancias mientras que Donald Trump destruye completamente Estados Unidos. Yo estoy seguro que en este punto todos han visto los videos de los agricultores rezando y casi llorando para que desaparezcan estos aranceles de Donald Trump, porque han sido desastrosos y han casi que reducido su industria. No simplemente por el costo que se le ha impuesto a estos agricultores, sino porque también han arruinado todas las relaciones que tiene Estados Unidos con el extranjero. Y por ende, los agricultores ya no tienen a quién venderle su soya, por ejemplo. Están arruinados por Donald Trump, el hombre que muchos de ellos votaron. Y por supuesto que a Donald Trump nada de esto le interesa, a él únicamente le importa demostrar y proyectar fuerza. Y por esa misma razón continúa hablando sobre el crimen y dijo esto sobre la violencia doméstica que dejó a todo el mundo atónito. Mira, por favor.
No, it's more than 87%. Virtually nothing. And much lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. You know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%. But we are a safe city. You can walk to a restaurant. You can walk to the White House if you work there. You can walk to the Capitol. And even the Democrats, I can't believe it, but they don't want to admit it, but I can't believe it. We could do the same thing in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. We did it. We saved Los Angeles.
Ahora, yo no sé si a Donald Trump tuvo un desliz de lengua o se le olvidó que no estaba hablando con sus amigos, sino frente a personas, porque ¿cómo va a decir que una pelea marital o una pelea de parejas que ascienda al rango físico no es una violencia o no es un crimen? Tenemos que andar recordando diariamente lo vil que es el presidente de Estados Unidos. O tenemos que recordar todos los actos de violencia que ha cometido en lo que tiene de vida. Es realmente asqueroso esto y que lo hagan en un evento de fe donde Donald Trump se encuentra hablando de la Biblia. Creo que tal vez esto es una forma perfecta de encapsular lo que realmente significa movimiento MAGA. Lo otro que vi fue que Sarah Huckabee Sanders estaba haciendo un evento bajo una carpa porque estaba lloviendo, pero tenía porristas de secundaria paradas detrás de ella bajo la lluvia. Fue muy parecido a la foto cuando decidieron eliminar protecciones para prevenir la explotación del trabajo infantil, y tenía a todos esos niños allí luciendo tan tristes. Esto es MAGA. La hipocresía es tan evidente, y la hipocresía de Donald Trump quedó aún más demostrada justamente aquí. Mira, por favor.
See, if I did the Museum of the Bible, it wouldn't be as successful, but I'd be sitting right here. No, I'd be sitting up here. You've done a great job. Everybody's talking about it. It's I got a little involved with museums, you know, because I had a little problem with the Smithsonian. We like a little more positivity. It was all about all the bad things in our country. I said, what about the good things we've done? So I got a little involved. With that. And they're making, honestly, they're making changes. You know, they were also told what to do by people that came before me, in all fairness. But they're making changes. Big changes are being made at the Smithsonian. But
Trump era presentar su toma de Smithsonian y su limitación de cualquier discurso crítico hacia él, como que si estuviera hablando de los buenos tiempos. ¿Qué hay de buenos tiempos? No deberíamos de ser más positivos sobre América. Donald Trump dice constantemente que Chicago está bajo llamas, que Los Ángeles es un infierno y que la ciudad de Nueva York se está derrumbando sobre sí misma. Al parecer MAGA tiene todo el derecho de decir lo que sea sobre estados y ciudades demócratas. Las joyas de América, Los Ángeles, San Francisco, Nueva York. Sin embargo, si atacas a Oklahoma, esto no les va a gustar en absoluto, aunque Oklahoma no es que no sea importante, pero sea menos relevante que estas urbes que te acabo de mencionar. Yo creo que más personas viven en el condado de Los Ángeles que en otros 42 estados. Tal vez sea una exageración, pero estoy cansado de que ataquen a los mejores lugares de América y se hacen pasar por la verdadera América. Ellos no saben de lo que están hablando y Donald Trump tampoco sabe de lo que está hablando cuando se refiere a Chicago. Mira el clip, por favor.
You know, when you have horrible killings, you have to take horrible actions. And the actions that we take are nothing. This cashless bail started a wave in our country where a killer kills somebody and is out on the street by the afternoon. In many cases, going out and killing again. Cashless bail. And you try and reason with people like in Chicago with the governor and the mayor. You try and reason with them, and it's like you're talking to a wall. It's just... I assume it's just a political ideology. They're not stupid people. Must be an ideology that's just buried in their head and you can't do a damn thing about it. And we'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out. You know, Washington, D.C., you'll be happy to know, is a free and safe zone. It's so safe for
A mí me molesta un poco que critiquen tanto una ciudad tan importante dentro de Estados Unidos. Todo de lo que deberían estar tan orgullosos los estadounidenses es algo que Donald Trump está atacando todo el tiempo, que son los edificios. Por eso los demócratas deben dejar claro que esto no es un ataque, ni una narrativa que Donald Trump está tratando de impulsar a largo plazo, de cómo aparentemente él quiere arreglar las comunidades, hacer que la gente esté más segura o combatir el crimen. A Donald Trump, lo único que le importa es cómo se ve él mismo. Pero J.D. Pritzker lo está dejando en evidencia, así que presta atención por favor. Canadá acaba de darle un golpe directo a Donald Trump y a todo su régimen dentro de Estados Unidos. El primer ministro de Canadá, Mark Carney, fue un invitado sorpresa dentro del festival de cine dentro de Toronto. Y no decepcionó para nada porque miró directamente a la cámara y dijo lo siguiente: Donald, si estás viendo esto, no empujes demasiado a un canadiense. El día siguiente, el primer ministro Mark Carney dio un poderoso discurso en Ontario, donde habló sobre la importancia de comprar productos canadienses y de impulsar a Canadá para que establezca socios comerciales más confiables afuera, por supuesto de Estados Unidos, y desarrollar relaciones más fuertes con el resto del mundo, diciendo adiós a Estados Unidos de América. Además, con Canadá enfurecido, ha surgido un héroe en Charlie Angus, líder de la gira de resistencia, demostrando que los canadienses están listos para luchar. Ya han demostrado este espíritu combativo y resistencia continua dentro de Canadá. Aquí tenemos al primer ministro Mark Carney hablando en el festival de cine que se celebró en Toronto. Miren por favor.
Our current times make them all the more precious. We're in a more dangerous, divided, and intolerant world. In Canada, our sovereignty, our identity has come under threat. And when Canadians heard those threats, they channeled their inner John Candy, stood up, elbows up, wrote our own lines. Cela nous rappelle que nous sommes maîtres chez nous. We have our own plans. I'm almost done. Don't worry. I'm almost done because there's a movie to watch. As Uncle Buck said, I spent a lot of time on this speech. As Uncle Buck said, I don't think I want to know a 6-year-old who isn't a dreamer. Okay? Shimon Peres, I don't think he saw Uncle Buck, but he expanded on this. And he said, and I quote, "A young person is someone whose dreams are bigger than their accomplishments." Okay. Canada is a story whose best chapters are yet to be written, not least because we're a country that welcomes the world's storytellers, celebrates their stories, and grows with them. So TIFF at 50 is just starting out. Thank you for the honor of helping to open this. Merci. Enjoy the film. Et vive le Canada.
Luego, en Ontario, el primer ministro Mark Carney habló sobre cómo las relaciones entre Canadá y Estados Unidos han sido irreparablemente destruidas, y de cómo Canadá ha seguido adelante estableciendo nuevas relaciones y diciéndole adiós a la relación que tenían anteriormente con Estados Unidos. Miren el clip, por favor.
The world is changing rapidly. The largest economy, the United States, is fundamentally reshaping all of its trading relationships. And we're moving from an age that lasted decades, an age when free trade was a motor of global economic growth, to a new age, an age of economic nationalism and mercantilism. You know, the U.S. tariff rate is now the highest it has been since the Great Depression in the 1930s. And these tariffs are being applied to all countries on nearly all goods. And the changes in U.S. policy go beyond tariffs. Countries now must, in effect, buy access to the world's largest economy through investments, through unilateral trade liberalization, and policy changes in their home markets. And all the while, the transformation of global trade is occurring against a backdrop of wider economic disruptions, of geopolitical realignment, of AI and other technological transformations, and the necessity, the imperative of a shift to a greener economy. What's going on is not a transition, it's a rupture, and its effect will be profound. Workers displaced from their jobs, supply chains that have existed for decades disrupted, companies forced to change where they find their materials and their products, And all of this is causing an extreme uncertainty that's holding back massive amounts of investment and, as a consequence, slowing economic growth. Just this morning, we see the impact in today's employment report in Canada, with unemployment rising across regions and sectors. This makes decisive action crucial. To be clear, we're in a position right now where Canada currently has the best trading deal with the United States of any of their trading partners. 85% of our trade with the US is now tariff-free. We have the lowest tariff rate of any country in the world. But we also know that given all those changes, given the rupture, we can't rely on our most important trading partner as we once did.
Aquí el primer ministro Mark Carney habla de ver más allá y de sencillamente ya no tener ningún acuerdo a futuro con Estados Unidos. Mira, por favor.
Given that we can't control what other nations do, Canada's government is focused on what we can control. And that means building our strength at home, building Canada strong. That means giving our workers and our companies the tools they need, retraining our workers, transforming our strategic sectors, creating entirely new industries, and being our own best customer by buying Canadian. And to these ends, our new government is embarking on an ambitious plan to secure a new era of prosperity out of this age of adversity. Our new industrial strategy will help transform our economy from being overly reliant on the United States to one that is more resilient to global shocks. A new economy that's built on the solid foundation of Canadian industries, Canadian workers, and it's bolstered by diverse international trading partners. To drive this transformation, we've just launched the Major Projects Office. Its job is to fast-track major nation-building projects.
Volviendo al Festival Internacional de Cine de Toronto, me conmueve tanto ver a un líder normal, a una persona sencilla, tranquila, liderando. Quiero decir, en Estados Unidos no tienes esto. Así que cuando veo personas como el primer ministro de Canadá, Mark Carney, subirse al podio dentro del Festival de Cine en Toronto y recibir una ovación de pie, y me conmueve porque realmente es un buen tipo. Mira el clip por ti mismo, por favor.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Wow. Okay. Clearly a lot of Canadians have flown in from abroad and haven't known what's going on. But thank you. I'm here, Cameron, thank you very much. I'm here to take credit for, all those decisions that Justin and the government took. Seriously, I'm here to reinforce the commitment. And honestly, it's a great honor. I've been in those seats. It is a great honor to be up here, particularly on the 50th anniversary of the Toronto International Film Festival. For half a century, extending the invitation to the world accepting, bring us your stories. And we'll share ours.
Volviendo al discurso en Ontario, aquí el primer ministro Mark Carney responde una pregunta diciendo que va a mantenerse firme en su apoyo a Ucrania. Mira el clip, por favor.
Prime Minister, you and your office announced yesterday a willingness to support Ukraine with scalable assistance, military assistance to support a lasting peace of the country. But now we've heard the Russian president reject such security assurances. He says that any foreign troops in Ukraine would be a legitimate target. Does that change at all your stance that was announced yesterday?
Look, President Putin is the cause of this war. He has not yet come to terms with the need for peace. We need to maintain, through the coalition of the willing, other allies, the Ukrainian armed forces need to maintain maximum pressure. That pressure has several aspects. First, obviously the Ukrainian forces themselves and ensuring that they are appropriately armed for their valiant fight, and Canada has just reinforced that, as have other allies. Secondly, that pressure is economic. Sanctions, we have put in place sanctions on more than 3,000 individuals, tightening the oil price cap and other sanctions. The next wave of sanctions is being prepared amongst allies, and it will come, and these are having an effect on Russia's economy, and we need to keep there. The third aspect is to make clear that Ukraine will be supported when peace comes, when there is a cessation of hostility. First and foremost, that's the Ukrainian army, but yes, it will need to be backed up by robust and credible security guarantees. That's why Canada is in the coalition of the willing, and through part of that. Mr. Putin is the cause of this war. He's the reason for the killing. He is not going to dictate the terms of the peace.
Ahora, como sabemos, el boicot de Canadá está funcionando en contra de Estados Unidos, aplastando industrias estadounidenses y afectando productos estadounidenses también. No es solo el boicot de Canadá, sino que Canadá inspiró a varios países y a varios estados y a varios continentes. Europa, Australia, India se han dado cuenta de esto y han comenzado a hacer lo mismo. Una de las cosas que aprendimos es que una de las formas en la que Donald Trump está tratando de bajar el precio del huevo, precio que no se ha reducido casi nada, y que por otro lado los precios de los demás alimentos están subiendo. ¿Qué hay del desastroso informe económico de los Estados Unidos? Este es el peor informe de empleo, si no me equivoco, en una generación entera. En fin, lo que aprendimos es que Rusia está suministrando huevos de gallina a Estados Unidos por primera vez en 30 años. Estados Unidos está abriendo secretamente relaciones comerciales con Rusia para traer huevos debido a la escasez en el país. Ucrania había ofrecido cubrir la escasez con sus propias exportaciones, pero Donald Trump prefirió recurrir a su amigo Vladimir Putin. Eso es totalmente ridículo. Totalmente ridículo, y más de uno podría decir que esto es traición. Ahora pasamos con Charlie Angus, quien está hablando sobre cómo el boicot de Canadá está funcionando perfectamente sobre Estados Unidos, y cómo este mismo boicot se ha extendido con el resto del mundo. Así que aquí tenemos a Charlie Angus, presta la atención, por favor.
Canadian boycott is one of the most profound political moments in our nation's history. It's a complete grassroots movement of ordinary citizens who, on their way to work, at the grocery store, at their kitchen table, made decisions about how they were going to live their lives by not engaging and not giving money to the gangster fascists. This is a really, really profound movement because it's not organized. It didn't come from above. It's the only boycott movement that I'm aware of where ordinary citizens just said, nope, we're not going to put up with this. We're not going to go along. So we're going to talk a bit about that. We're also going to talk about why it's so important to have the Midas Network, Midas Canada, our resistance as a voice on these issues, because they're just simply not being covered. What we see again and again with the mainstream media is a failure to capture the moment, to understand that it's not he said, she said when you're dealing with authoritarianism and the breakdown of the rule of law. There's one side, there's the other. One of the fundamental principles we operate here at the Resistance is that in an age of the reoccurrence of fascism, there's no such thing as a bystander. You are either a resistor or an enabler. And to resist takes many forms. And we're going to break that down, and we're going to talk about that because we are going to build this global movement of resistance. That's why it's so important to have this channel to talk about why words matter and what we can do about it. You know, in talking about the boycott, it was really funny. I got a call the other day from a journalist in one of the major Canadian publications. And he was asking me about the boycott. Conversation went on for about 15 minutes. And at the end, I said, can I ask you a question? And he said, certainly. I said, why are you calling me? And he said, well, what do you mean? I said, like, you guys haven't been covering this. I certainly have not been interviewed by anybody in the Canadian media on the boycott in probably about 6 months. And I said, you guys didn't think this would last, did you? You thought this would be a flash in the pan. You thought this would go away. The Canadians would cry themselves back to sleep. And they haven't. So, you know, when I read headlines in the Canadian media, there's not a lot, but, you know, CTV, fewer Canadians involved in boycott was the headline. If you went parse down, you'd actually see that they did admit that it was having a major impact. My favorite are the right-wing cranks who are so upset that ordinary Canadians have the power now. The Macdonald-Laurier Institute, the ultimate right-wing blowhard crank voice of the right wing, their analysis, limited impact of the boycott, not noticed. The Financial Post, no impact. But then you look at American publications. CNBC did a big investigation on the impacts of the boycott and predicted a potential $90 billion hit to the American economy. That's what you're reading in the US publications. Forbes magazine talks about Canada's boycott accelerates. Really interesting stuff from the US publication, The Travel, that they said in one headline, Canada's US travel boycott forces one state to beg for tourists. Too bad, so sad. And they had described Canadians as the United States' friendliest ally up till this year. That last year we spent a whopping $20.5 billion traveling to the United States. And we supported 140,000 direct jobs. That's been wiped out. It's being predicted a possible $29 billion loss to American tourism this year because of the Canadian-initiated boycott. And to our resistors around the world, thank you for joining us and supporting us, because the Travel also talked about that the big spending Europeans, they're not going to the United States.
La administración de Donald Trump está en un colapso total y esta guerra civil interna que tiene Donald Trump está estallando nuevamente. Y esta vez no se trata de Elon Musk, de Marjorie Taylor Greene o ni siquiera de los votantes MAGA. Es dentro del gabinete de Donald Trump donde están ocurriendo peleas físicas, amenazas de enfrentamiento dentro de los terrenos de la Casa Blanca. Ahí se gritan a través de la mesa de la cena. Antes de entrar en esta guerra civil interna de Donald Trump, tenemos que comenzar con la razón por la cual las tensiones están estallando. Y estas razones son la economía fallida de Donald Trump. Y esto comienza con lo que Donald Trump dijo al respecto de la carne de res y por qué cuesta más. Miren el clip, por favor.
Mr. President, the price of beef continues to rise and other items keep going up. Is there any way to address the cost of beef?
Yeah, once it kicks in, once our policies kick in, the price of beef will be going down. Just like the price of eggs went down and the price of a lot of other grocery items went down, beef will go down. It'll all go down. Energy has gone way down. The price of gasoline has gone really, I mean, I think you'll be hitting $2 very soon. And it was $4.50 a little while ago. So energy's gone way down. That brings everything else with it. But beef has gone, as you know, for other reasons. The price of beef has gone up a little bit. It'll be coming down.
Así que supongo que volvemos a lo de siempre. Sigue culpando la economía de Joe Biden. ¿Qué políticas ha implementado Donald Trump? ¿O simplemente no ha implementado ninguna política? ¿Qué políticas está pensando o tratando de aplicar mágicamente esperando que todo se resuelva? Porque eso es exactamente lo que nos está diciendo. ¿Qué? ¿Acaso hay alguna otra versión peor de los aranceles? ¿O acaso tiene pensado algún otro regalo fiscal para los ricos y muy bien acomodados? Y para las grandes corporaciones, como ya lo hice anteriormente, básicamente limitando su pago de impuestos. Vimos el otro día a agricultores literalmente rezándole a Dios para que estos aranceles desaparezcan, porque verdaderamente ha destrozado su industria. Donald Trump está perjudicando a las mismas personas que votaron por él. Y él realmente parece que ni le importa esto. Bueno, mejor dicho, parece no entender cuál es el impacto de todo esto. Y su administración está tratando de mentir para poder salir muy libre y muy tranquila de todo esto que está pasando. Y esa es la razón por la cual vimos estallar esta pelea de Scott Bessent. Sí, él fue el centro de esta pelea física. Y tal vez sea por lo difícil que ha sido su trabajo últimamente. Así que antes de entrar en esta historia tan impactante, quiero que veas lo que Scott Bessent estaba tratando de decir sobre la política económica de Donald Trump. Mira el clip, por favor.
Because I want to talk about what U.S. companies are saying right now, Mr. Secretary. The New York Times wrote this about John Deere, the impact that tariffs are having on that company. Quote, last month, John Deere said net income in its most recent quarter was down 29% from a year earlier. Higher tariffs have cost the company $300 million so far, with nearly another $300 million expected by the end of the year. This summer, the company laid off 238 employees across factories in Illinois and Iowa. What do you say to companies like John Deere who say these tariffs are hurting them?
Well, first of all, Kristen, if you're quoting the New York Times, that's not a fair observer, and two, that...
But these are statistics.
Well, that's
this
one...
is about John Deere, not about the New York Times.
That's one company that they have cherry-picked. At Treasury, we have about 2 management teams come through a day, and overwhelmingly, we are hearing from companies they plan to increase CapEx, they plan to increase employment. We are seeing a record amount, what's going to be a record amount of foreign direct investment. And for every John Deere, we have companies who are telling us the tariffs have helped our business, we're increasing CapEx, and we're going to increase employment.
But Mr. Secretary, it's not just John Deere. We've heard from a lot of different companies around the country. Nike says that tariffs will cost the company around $1 billion this year. Black & Decker says $800 million. The big 3 automakers all say they've had to pay more than $2 billion in tariffs. The list goes on and on. Bottom line, do you acknowledge that these tariffs amount to attacks on the American people?
Ya no pueden mentir para salir de esta. Ya no pueden decir, oh, bueno, mi querido líder siempre resuelve. Y tampoco pueden decir, mira los ingresos que hemos tenido gracias a los aranceles de Donald Trump. Que en realidad no son aranceles, son un impuesto que básicamente se lo impusieron a la clase trabajadora. Como te lo expliqué en videos anteriores, te lo voy a decir rápidamente. Un arancel se lo cobran a países externos. Las empresas que importan a Estados Unidos, que exportan a Estados Unidos, lo que hacen es cobrarle más a las personas, pues si ellos les cobran un porcentaje más, obviamente no van a absorber este gasto, casi nadie lo absorbe, así que cobran más. Si su producto lo vendían en $20, ahora lo van a vender tal vez en 25 o hasta en $30. ¿Y quién paga ese sobreprecio? El estadounidense. Así que por eso se le llama básicamente un impuesto sobre la clase trabajadora, porque al final del día ellos terminan pagando todo. ¿Por qué crees que las cosas cuestan más? Por eso probablemente Scott Bessent tenga personas hablando a sus espaldas. Y por esa razón también estalló una pelea dentro de la Casa Blanca. Como podemos ver en esta noticia de última hora del medio El Político. Te voy a dar un puñetazo en la maldita cara. Scott Bessent amenaza a un rival de la administración. Las tensiones silenciosas del secretario del Tesoro con el jefe de finanzas de vivienda, Bill P., estallaron en una cena privada la semana pasada. Una cena privada a la que asistieron docenas de funcionarios de la administración y asesores cercanos a Donald Trump fue temporalmente empañada por un enfrentamiento dramático entre 2 de los principales funcionarios económicos de Donald Trump, con el secretario del Tesoro Scott Bessent amenazando en un momento con golpear al alto funcionario de finanzas de vivienda Bill P. en la cara. El evento del miércoles por la noche se suponía que sería una celebración. Era tanto la esperada cena inaugural de la rama ejecutiva del club extra exclusivo de Georgetown, creada por y para los super ricos del mundo. Una fiesta de cumpleaños para el podcaster pro MAGA Shamit. Una larga mesa para unos 30 invitados fue dispuesta con cristalería y porcelana de primera calidad, con una lista de invitados que incluía a Sean Duffy, Howard Lutnick, Doug Bergam y otros. Pero en medio del bullicio en la hora del cóctel, Bessent arremetió contra Bill P. en una diatriba cargada de insultos. El secretario del Tesoro había escuchado de varias personas que el director de la Agencia Federal de Financiamiento de Vivienda había estado hablando mal de él con Donald Trump. Una persona cercana a él dijo que no iba a participar en charlas triviales como si nada estuviera mal. ¿Por qué diablos estás hablando con el presidente sobre mí? Que te jodan, dijo Scott Bessent a Bill P. Te voy a dar un puñetazo en la maldita cara. La escena fue descrita por un testigo presencial y otras 4 personas familiarizadas con lo que ocurrió. El único hecho en el que no coincidieron fue si fue Scott Bessent o Bill P. quien inició la conversación. Bill P. parecía atónito y el tenso encuentro llevó al copropietario del club y financiero Omid Malik a intervenir según 3 personas. Pero Scott Bessent no cedía. Quería que lo expulsaran. El testigo dijo, ¿él o yo? Scott Bessent le dijo a Malik, dime quién se va de aquí. O añadió, podemos salir afuera. ¿Para qué?, preguntó Bill P. Para hablar. No, respondió Bessent. Te voy a partir la cara. Para tratar de calmar la situación, Malik separó a los hombres, llevando a Bessent a otra parte del club para tranquilizarlo. Durante la cena, Bessent y Bill P. fueron ubicados a extremos opuestos de la mesa, y la fiesta transcurrió sin más incidentes. Pues bueno, hay muchas emociones dentro del mundo MAGA, y estos hombres al parecer son muy sensibles como para gobernar. O tal vez deberían de buscar otro pasatiempo y ya no enfocarse tanto en la política. Lo único que nos deja saber esto es que las cosas no están para nada bien dentro de la administración de Donald Trump. Scott Bessent también es el mismo que tuvo este encontronazo de hombros con Elon Musk, así que muy probablemente Scott Bessent sea quien necesita terapia. Pregunto yo, ¿qué tan lejos tienes que llegar para recurrir a la violencia física? Supongo que de eso se trata la administración de Donald Trump, de no controlarte y querer aparentar frente a todo el mundo que eres un macho, que eres un tipo fuerte, cuando realmente por dentro eres un hombre sensible e incapaz de poder controlar tus emociones. Eso realmente demuestra más debilidad que querer atacar a otra persona. Actualmente la administración de Donald Trump está cometiendo crímenes de guerra. Estados Unidos básicamente se está desgarrando poco a poco desde que la administración de Donald Trump llegó al mandato. Pues están haciendo un pésimo trabajo con que Estados Unidos sea más accesible, están haciendo un pésimo trabajo con mejorar la calidad de vida, con mejorar las relaciones con países, cualquier país, pues con estos aranceles literalmente dañaron sus relaciones con todo el mundo, con el único país que Donald Trump decía que se llevaba más o menos bien, bueno, gobernador de ese país, bueno, dictador de ese país, es Vladimir Putin, y como pudimos ver en la reunión que tuvo Vladimir, Xi Jinping, el presidente de China, y Modi, el primer ministro de India, notamos que Donald Trump sencillamente no tiene amigos. Pero bueno, quiero que le prestes mucha atención a este clip, por favor.
Where we have to say that New York City is not for sale. New York City is not for sale to Donald Trump's billionaire donors. It is not for sale to corporations like DoorDash. It is not for sale to corrupt politicians like Andrew Cuomo. And Bernie has continued to lead in this movement, going from Burlington is not for sale to fighting back against oligarchy coast to coast in this country. And that fight, not just against oligarchy, but for democracy, is a fight that has energized tens of thousands of Americans across this country. It has shown once again that politics is something that can be powered by ordinary people, with not just a rejection of authoritarianism, but a belief in what is possible as well. And we know that that oligarchy has an impact right here in New York City. We know it does because when Donald Trump ushered through his so-called big beautiful bill, he did so ushering through the greatest wealth transfer in American politics. His legislation will throw millions of New Yorkers off of their health care. For a man who campaigned on cheaper grocery prices, it will cut SNAP benefits for the hungriest among us. And all of this to give more money to those who already have more than they know what to do with. That is the fight that we are seeing taking place here. The interconnectedness of an attack on working people, all to enrich those same billionaire donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term. That is the fight that unites us across this country in this moment. A fight where we make clear that this is a city where we will choose our own mayor. It's not going to be Donald Trump. It's not going to be Bill Ackman. It's not going to be DoorDash. We will choose our mayor. And we know that this fight is not an easy one. It was not an easy fight for Bernie when he led Burlington. It was a fight that took every single thing, every single day. But are you committed to continue this fight? I need to know, are you committed to continue this fight? Because I want to be clear, we are not just here together with the message to come out and vote in November, though that is critically.
Tenemos a senadores republicanos que incluso interrogaron a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. durante esta desastrosa audiencia que tuvo lugar la semana pasada. Son médicos que lo cuestionaron duramente diciendo: estás matando a la gente de Estados Unidos. Todo esto con tus políticas antivacunas. Nuestros electores están muriendo. Y entonces, cuando esta audiencia terminó, la prensa les preguntó: entonces, ¿no tienen confianza en este tipo? Huían de los periodistas y simplemente respondían: miren, lo que Donald Trump quiera se lo vamos a dar. Así que aunque te lo estoy diciendo, yo sé que probablemente hay uno que otro que no me crea. Aquí tenemos al senador Barrasso de Wyoming. Él es médico y tienes que prestar atención a lo que él dice, porque sencillamente huye de la prensa y dice nuevamente: hay que darle a Donald Trump lo que Donald Trump quiera. Literalmente lo dice. Mira el clip, por favor.
Do you still have confidence in him, Senator? His ability to lead HHS?
Do you have confidence in him, Senator?
Is there a reason you're not
confidence
answering?
in what the President of the United States is doing, and I will not say.
Su trabajo literalmente consiste en cuestionarlo. Supervisar significa cuestionar. Así que quiero que veas a Barrasso interrogando a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Mira, por favor.
I support vaccines. I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks, leadership in the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines, the recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on. You know, recent polls said 89% of voters, 81% of Trump voters agree vaccine recommendations should come from trained physicians, scientists, public health experts. So, you know, they believe, you know, Senator Marshall, Senator Cassidy, they believe me when it comes to vaccines. If we're going to make America healthy again, we can't allow public health to be under.
Bueno, entonces vas a matarme, entonces yo estoy enojado por eso, así que hazlo. Esto parece sacado de los Looney Tunes, sinceramente. Luego el senador Cassidy de Luisiana, que también es médico, está huyendo. Mira, por favor.
Do you regret your vote on RFK Jr.? You know, I know you can refer to our tweet on that. I'm asking a question. And I know you have some different questions, but you're trying to get us something similar. And this is not going to come in. Thank you, guys. Whether you still stand by that vote.
Literalmente se están cubriendo la cara. ¿Cómo puede ser posible que esto que esté pasando sea real? Recuerden, o sea, no se pueden olvidar que son senadores reales de Estados Unidos. Esto es lo que decía Cassidy durante su interrogatorio a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Miren el clip, por favor.
Secondly, an email from a physician friend of mine. Hey, Bill, I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but we're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine. We are having our attorney try and render an opinion, but there's no firm guidance and concern about liability if vaccines are given to a patient who requests it but not on the current CDC list. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Senator Cantwell.
I think you're wrong.
A continuación quiero que vean la entrevista que le hicieron al ex secretario de Salud y Servicios Humanos, Javier Becerra, el cual toca temas verdaderamente impactantes y habla sobre el manejo de salud bajo la administración de Donald Trump. Mira, por favor, y préstale mucha atención.
I caught parts of it, Ben. I wasn't able to watch all of it, but I did catch parts. I obviously was informed of other things. It's kind of hard to watch because here you're seeing the dismantling of an agency, CDC, that is our canary in the coal mine to let Americans know when we got to be ready for something that's getting ready to broadside us. And here this dismantling is occurring before the senator's eyes, and they're just letting it go. It doesn't make any sense.
You think about the hearings that you attended and the treatment that you would get by Republican senators, and now you see RFK Jr. quite literally saying things that's pro-death and pro-killing people. It must make you want to just say, what world am I even watching right now?
Yeah, the people should be fired are the ones who are running the ship, and the folks who should be staying are the ones who are being dismissed. It's Alice in Wonderland on steroids, and it's unfortunate because in Alice in Wonderland it's a cartoon. Here it's real, so people will die.
Okay, let's talk about some of the moves that we've been seeing, because you know these senior leaders at the CDC who have either been fired or forced out. You know the senior leadership at all of the other divisions within Health and Human Services. How dangerous is it that these people are being pushed out and that we're losing this type of talent?
So to put it in perspective, on a daily basis, certainly as things got better, less maybe on a weekly basis, I was briefed by what we called our white coats, our head of CDC, our head of the FDA. We had our infectious diseases experts, including Dr. Fauci from the NIH, and a whole slew of healthcare experts who would constantly, first it was daily, as things got better, less so, brief us. And the very first thing we would always start with is a briefing by the CDC director on what the data were showing. How many deaths? Where are the hospitalizations? Where is the infection going? What's the latest variant of COVID that's beginning to hit? Where? It was detailed. And today, to believe that we don't have a CDC director in place and that we've lost a couple and that we've lost the team that was actually helping pull together all that important data, it could get very scary. You know, when the seas are calm, you can have pretty much anybody steer the ship. But when you're in crisis, you need the best. And we've just seen the best either dismissed or resign because they can no longer work under this leadership. And politicians don't make good scientists.
How big of a deal is the kind of gutting of this vaccine advisory board and also the guidelines that are being handed down regarding vaccinations for children, vaccinations with respect to COVID, really limiting people's access, making us, I think, more unhealthy. But from your former inside perspective, what should we know about that?
The advisory committee is indispensable because you can have a wonderful, a talented director at CDC or a great commissioner at FDA, but you need to have these committees that are composed of experts from around the country who may not always agree. And you want to hear that symphony of voices because you're about to make a decision about whether this particular vaccine should be provided to kids under the age of 6 years old. And you want to make sure you've heard from all the best minds because you want to be able to take into account the detractors as well. Well, when you gut the ACIP, the committee, the advisory committee, and then you load it up with people who are from one particular political trajectory, you know you're not going to get good results. And now you leave the CDC, its director, and its team rudderless because now they're making decisions. They may be able to make good decisions, but they're not getting that stereo effect of hearing all the voices, so they've taken everything into account. It's dangerous. And that's why this committee is so important. And that's why politicizing the committee is so crucially dangerous for the rest of us in America who rely on good judgment on what to do to protect us from these public calamities that can occur with diseases and so forth.
I mean, to think about polio and measles. I mean, I'm a father of a 1 year, she's about to turn 1 year old, and want to make sure she's protected, of course. But these diseases from the past that were virtually eradicated, and now we're hearing stories about the measles outbreaks, polio, mumps, rubella, bubonic plague. I mean, the work that everyone had to do, to get rid of Mpox. And then I saw the way it was even being treated during the hearing by Republicans, or I see it on Fox, I call regime media, where they downplay the threat and they almost spread these like conspiracies that we saw in the 80s when it came to, HIV and AIDS. And it's only a gay person thing. It's not and I'm seeing them doing, I'm like, what are we talking about here?
Ben, you just said you've got a 1 year old. How do you make the decision about whether or not you should vaccinate your 1 year old for COVID? If now you can't trust the committee that is supposed to advise our experts at CDC, and now you don't have a CDC permanent director who can prove that he or she is not biased by politics, how do you now make a judgment? You can go to your pediatrician, but your pediatrician was relying on the recommendations made by the CDC and its advisory committee, which now is not an available course of action. It can be dangerous because these drugs are, they can save lives, but if it's not done the right way, they can also hurt you. So that's why you have to make sure this is done right. Again, when things are calm, when we took over in the Biden administration, when Donald Trump handed over the keys to Joe Biden on Inauguration Day, January 2021, the equivalent of 4 jumbo jets crashed and burned with everybody on board, Americans dying to the tune of more than 4,000. About 4,100 Americans died on Inauguration Day 2021. That's what Donald Trump handed over to Joe Biden during the COVID pandemic. People were dying. We had to get us out of that. And fortunately we did, and mostly because of the vaccines. Now we're pretty safe. But, we could go back to those days where 4 jumbo jets of Americans are perishing every day, or 10 of them, whatever the number is. All I'm saying is we can't afford to have incompetence governing at HHS or at CDC.
Let me get to California, the governor's race right here. I think one of the things you showed as the Secretary for Health and Human Services is you inherited a mess from the Trump regime, as you just described, and provided stable, competent leadership during very difficult times. And as you bring that to California, California is under attack right now, more than any state by the Trump regime in every way, from National Guard to defunding universities to Medicaid and Medicare being under attack to Social Security offices being destroyed to ICE disappearing human beings off the street. It's obviously there's a lot of people running for governor right now in the Democratic primary. What kind of separates you from others, and what's your overall kind of platform there as you look to the threats facing California, what California needs right now?
Ben, there's a lot of bark out there right now, whether it's against Trump or against this crisis of affordability that we're facing. You need a dog who knows how to bite. And that's where I think I can excel. If some can do it, vocera can do it better because I've done it. And that's what I hope to prove to the voters in California, that if you want someone who can get us out of a crisis, no bigger crisis than COVID that we faced recently. If you want someone who knows how to battle Donald Trump, when I was Attorney General, when Donald Trump was president the first time, I kept him at bay. I stopped him from violating the law. I kept him from harming California. I had to sue Donald Trump over 120 times to do that. But we showed him we could bite. And right now, I think the public in California recognizes we need someone who can't be a novice behind the steering wheel. And I think at this stage, right now, California can lead the way out of this man-made disaster that we see occurring in Washington, D.C. And we will, because we have no choice. We've become the 4th largest economy in the world, but too many of our families don't feel that prosperity. So we've got to walk and chew gum. We've got to beat up on the Trump regime at the same time that we're making California more affordable.
As you're traveling the state as part of your campaign, are there certain things you're hearing more frequently than others from people in terms of what they're afraid about? Even when I used to be a litigator, I did lots of cases in Kern County and Fresno and Central and Northern California. I mean, Trump is screwing over those farmers. Those farmers are being hurt, whether it's the cost of fertilizer, Trump stealing 2 billion gallons from their reservoirs to pretend that he was putting out wildfires in Southern California by pretending he turned on a faucet, but literally taking the water, the needed water, away from them, to the loss of business that these farmers face because of the trade war against the world, and people are just buying produce elsewhere and not from the United States anymore. So to me, even in the red pockets of California, which is certainly smaller than the overall blue areas of California, it does seem that whether you're red or blue or independent, that Trump's attacking you if you're living in California, frankly, the rest of the country.
Yeah, and Ben, what's interesting is a lot of those folks who voted for Trump, even in California, were saying, we want to shake things up. They just didn't think that they'd be the people being shaken. And now it's beginning to hit home. Those farmers who are saying, wait a minute, we need to have somebody who's harvesting those crops. The people in our construction industry are saying, wait a minute, someone has to help us continue to build. And now all of a sudden we're losing this workforce, or they're too afraid to come out. We see what's going on with healthcare, where California was approaching universal healthcare coverage, where everyone in California could say they have access to the doctor or hospital they need. All of a sudden, Donald Trump yanks $1 trillion out of the Medicaid program, what we call Medi-Cal. And lo and behold, we're going to have a whole bunch of families who are suffering. What most Californians are saying, what I'm hearing is, just give me some stability. I got to go to work in the morning. I got to come back and take care of my kids. I don't have time to have to live on these choppy seas. I talked about how calm seas, you could pretty much have anybody steer the ship. But when the seas are really rocky, choppy, you need somebody who knows how to get there. And I think most Californians, like most Americans, are simply saying, just calm the waters so I can make a living. I can get my kids to college or get them into an apprenticeship program. Help me make sure I can keep my health insurance. They're not asking for a whole lot. And they thought maybe, some of those voters thought maybe Donald Trump could do it. But, the cost of living continues to go up. Energy prices are doubling. Housing prices haven't gone down. The interest rates haven't gone down. Eggs are still too high in price. I think they're feeling like they got ripped off.
Secretary Becerra, where can people find out more about your campaign?
So Javier Becerra 2026, you can reach me there, or you can just try to reach me whenever you see me coming out on the street. I'm more than willing to talk. And Ben, I hope what you all do is take interest in this race, because as goes California, so goes the nation.
Préstale mucha atención a este clip que vas a ver, porque es esencial para que entiendas el video. Mira, por favor.
207, President, R2, the motion is adopted, and without objection, the reconsider is laid on the table.
Y con eso, el intento de censura contra la congresista Mónica McGeever fracasó rotundamente. Ella continúa luchando, pero los republicanos MAGA, liderados por Clay Higgins, intentaron forzar esta votación para censurar a la congresista McGeever. A continuación, quiero que le prestes mucha atención a esta entrevista realizada por la congresista Mónica McGeever, donde habla sobre varios temas de relevancia mediática y de cómo el Partido Republicano está tratando de censurar a cualquiera que esté en su contra. Préstale mucha atención y mira el clip, por favor.
Let's bring her in right here and get an update of everything that's going on. It's great to see you, Congresswoman. As you posted after that vote was taken, the censure attempt against me has failed, rightfully so. It was a baseless partisan effort to shut me up. I was not elected to play political games. I was elected to serve. I won't back down. Not now, not ever. There's so much in the news. Trump floods the zone with his authoritarianism. I don't want people to forget that you showed up to conduct legitimate oversight at an immigration detention facility called Delaney Hall. You have that right as a member of Congress. And for that, they arrested you. They've charged you with felonies that are still pending to this day, trying to bleed you dry when it comes to the legal fees, because you were doing your job. And that was a message they were trying to send to Democratic lawmakers and anyone else who resists the Trump regime across the country. And then that was their latest effort, the Clay Higgins MAGA Republican censure attempt. That failed. So we are honored that we got the digital exclusive. Where are things? Can you give us an update of everything that's going on, Congresswoman?
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be on. I think that you kind of captivated everything that's been happening very well. Right now, as many know, I've been charged with 3 counts of federal felony because of me showing up to Delaney Hall and the whole scuffle and all that happened. During that time at Delaney Hall, you know that they charged the mayor of Newark, of the city of Newark, largest city in New Jersey, and then later threw out his charge, and then later on indicted me via Twitter, is how I found out about it. And of course, since then, I pleaded not guilty, and also I have submitted a motion to dismiss these charges. And so we're looking forward to the next process, which the judge will be be, having a kind of like I want to say like a trial about the motions that have been submitted, and making a decision on those. But the trial date is also set for November 10th. And so we're pushing out the process. I have faith in the judiciary system here in New Jersey, and we're looking forward to my day in court. The facts are on my side. I showed up there to do my job, to conduct oversight, as you stated, in a ICE detention facility that is within my district. And this is something that I've done before here in New Jersey with my other two colleagues here in New Jersey. It's nothing new. Like, we didn't show up there to protest. We didn't show up there to have a grandstand. We showed up there to have an oversight visit of this facility that we have gotten so many complaints about. And still to this day, this facility is very concerning and troubling. So that is where we're at right now.
People know the headlines when an incident happens. Captivating, grabs attention, news covers it for 24 hours. But then someone like you has to go on, and live their lives with this hanging over their heads. And I saw it was a magistrate judge in Washington, D.C., excoriated the Trump regime in a case that was there recently and said, like, you're playing cops and robbers here like children, but you're leaving this indelible imprint on people's lives who you're destroying in their wake. You can't just say oopsies over and over again, or, ask questions after you go and arrest and charge people with felonies. After the arrest, after the charges, and yes, it's back in the news right now that because the censure attempt failed, but every day their strategy is to basically try to intimidate you, right? And to try to force you either to accept, falsely, a plea, or push you out of resistance and politics, because this stuff is expensive. Can you talk us through what often doesn't get enough attention in situations? Like, what do you go through in a day-to-day now because of what they're doing to you?
Absolutely. Well, every day there's a challenge, right? I have this legal case now where I have a legal team. I have lawyers. My bill is is going to be close to $1 million in fighting this case. The federal government isn't paying for this for me. They're using taxpayer dollars to literally charge me in a baseless crime. And literally every day I'm having to deal with the bills that are piling on from this, but also the bullying and the intimidation. Every day it's something. Like with them, before we left for recess, Rep. Clay Higgins, who was extremely awful, by the way, introduced this resolution, which I had it hanging over me when I left for recess to come back into district. And then when I got back, what did he do again? Reintroduced it again. This is somebody who came off of Homeland Security himself. He was not voted in as the chairman. They did not want him because he's just that awful. And someone who is honestly a complete bigot, who decided to introduce this again, to try to intimidate me, to bully me, because once again, I'm not shutting up about this administration. I'm not shutting down about holding this administration accountable. And so every day you're dealing with these different attacks. Every day, even from MAGA supporters. I mean, you can just visit my social media and just see all of the kind of hateful comments that I'm getting, the threats, all of these things that impact you, the threats against my family, all of these things that are like a culminating, factor of going up against this administration and me doing my job, literally simply just for that. And so it's constant battle, right? And you have to have political coverage in this moment to continue to do the job that the people have elected you to do. And that is what I plan on doing. Like, they're not going to intimidate me. They're not going to bully me, no matter how difficult and how hard it gets. I mean, I'm facing literally 17 years in prison. Like, this is what a judge has read to me. Like, 17 years in prison, I can go this is someone without a record. I'm literally doing my job. I've never went to jail or been charged with anything ever. I've been elected official before coming to the federal side of things. I was a councilwoman for 7.5 years and a council president. And to be dealing with this, it's just really unreal. And it's so much of a sabotage situation with them that it's just really unbelievable and horrible to even be dealing with. And it also speaks to a bigger picture. While they're attacking me and we've seen other attacks happen, this is bigger than me. This is about our democracy. This is about, this president acting acting as though he is king, that he can do whatever he wants, and he can use these federal departments like the DOJ and other departments to his advantage and to his benefit, and weaponize them against people like me and other electeds and whoever speaks out against them.
Delaney Hall has a very notorious past. It's been opened, it's been closed, but it's been used for horrific things before. And so it was a convenient tool for the authoritarian regime to reopen, bring in the industrial private prison complex of people who aren't even government officials per se, and engage in atrocities behind this shield that nobody even knows what the heck is going on. It's why oversight is so important. What happens after that? Alligator Alcatraz, a concentration camp that we see in Florida in the Everglades. They're opening up hundreds more based on this disastrous budget bill. And what you are doing and what other Congress members have a legal right to do. The law says, right, you can go to a facility, show up, and they have to legally allow you in. That's your job. You're a federal officer. You're a congressional member, and you should be able to walk in and say, let me just take a look at it. And they should escort you and see the things. And that was passed on a bipartisan basis, this idea that could happen. So talk about the broader issue of chilling oversight. And that I think going after you is part of a message to other members of Congress. If you show up, we're going to do what we did to Congresswoman McIver.
Absolutely. They want to scare us out of doing our jobs. They want to scare people from having oversight, from showing up, for being critics. And so this is the point of how they're using me as this example to be able to do that. I mean, once again, I just talked about some of the things that are discouraging, right? This is expensive, right? So many members have taken out personal liability insurance. I mean, even myself dealing with this administration, because the attacks are crazy. Like, they're literally subpoenaing and investigating elected officials, doing all types of craziness to folks who actually stand up to them and literally do their job, right? And hold them accountable. And so that's why I say I'm going to continue to stand up for the people. Like, that is why the people of the Simp elected me. That's what they elected me to do. Donald Trump didn't elect me to do that. And you can't stop me from doing that. And so no matter what tool they throw out there, whatever the next attack is, it doesn't matter, because I'm going to continue to show up, to continue to do my job. But that is the strategy, exactly what it is, to discourage people from doing their jobs.
You know, Congresswoman, you give a lot of people hope right now. If you can fight back, I think people say they can fight back. And the fact that you don't tap out or back down, I think gives a lot of people courage. As I look September, October, as we head into, a new year, 200 days plus into this horrific regime with atrocities and behavior that I think may exceed many people's even worst fears about what could have happened. I've been talking about momentum, actually, for the democracy movement and hope in this darkness. Do you feel that way? I mean, because you're going through it everybody's worst fear is kind of what you're going through right now. And how do you feel about it in this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like, once again, very sad time for us in America. I mean, if this would be happening in any other country, we would be talking about how crazy it is and how, the government is corrupt and all of this. And I know that it's very difficult for people. And even to see something like this happening to me, a sitting member of Congress, I know people must say, my God, all of the things that are happening, in the dark, or people who are standing up, regular constituents, how they feel to do that, how scary it is. But I do find courage and hope in us bounding together, right? Us being unified on the one thing that we love about this country, our democracy, the Constitution, the things that, we benefit from, that we love, that other countries don't have. And we see that trying to be stripped away, and being stripped away in some cases every moment of the day from this administration. And I think we're all unified on that perspective, and we cannot give up right now. And I know it's very tough. I know it seems like, oh my God, this is like some BS that's happening. But at the end of the day, I mean, we have to do this for the country that we so love and for our children and for our children's children. And for the sake of democracy, we have to continue to be bound together and be unified in resisting this government, this administration. They are, Donald Trump and everyone that he has appointed are bad for people. They're bad for the American people. And we have to see that. We literally feel that. We see the things that are happening, from stripping away our health care, taking away SNAP benefits, from businesses failing and having to shut down because of tariffs. I mean, all of these collective of things happening. We have to be together, on this fight, because it matters. Our democracy matters. If we lose that, oh my God, like if we lose our rights, our freedoms, America will never look the same. It's already starting to look different every day underneath the Donald Trump administration.
Before we go, anything else you want to get out to our 6 million subscribers who may be watching?
I just want to, number one, thank you for the opportunity for being here. I want to thank everyone who's been so supportive. A lot of us democracy lovers, and fighters, we've been in this thing together. And I want to thank you all for being with me since day one and standing by my side. I want to keep encouraging people to stand up for what's right and to keep up of what is happening with me, with our case. My website is www.lamonicaforcongress.com. We literally post there all the time and keep folks updated on how the case is going, what things are happening, in Washington, D.C. And so just stay engaged and stay informed, and let's continue.
Donald Trump se sintió muy herido hace unos días y todos tenemos que escucharlo. Porque después de que la Casa Blanca instruyó a todos los medios para que bloquearan los abucheos que Donald Trump tuvo dentro del US Open, Donald Trump fue abucheado tan fuerte que cada pantalla que estaba transmitiendo el US Open podía escucharlo en todo Estados Unidos. Fue absolutamente hilarante y, para aumentarlo, Donald Trump perdió la cabeza completamente por esto. Y ahora está publicando furiosamente negando haber sido abucheado. Todo esto dentro de una serie de tweets completamente delirantes. Ahora, antes de entrar en este espectáculo del US Open que salió absolutamente mal para Donald Trump y terminó con él colapsando haciendo publicaciones sin sentido, quiero comenzar con otro espectáculo que está por salir dentro de Baltimore, por el cual Donald Trump fue criticado por el gobernador Wes Monroe. Y esta contundente respuesta justo aquí.
That the president, when you're looking at the big, beautiful bill, it actually cut $30 million of funding for violence prevention programs that are happening in the city of Baltimore and across the state of Maryland. And when I first came on board, I was very clear that public safety was going to be our number one priority. And we have made historic investments in local law enforcement, historic investments in technologies and making sure that if someone commits a violent crime with a handgun, we want them in handcuffs in 24 hours. So the work is happening. And actually, if you're looking at the same time period of this DC occupation, this federal surge, if you look at assaults with a deadly weapon, they've actually increased in D.C. by 8%, in Baltimore have decreased by 10%, and on every other major indicator, from homicides to carjackings, you say that Baltimore has actually had the same type of drop as Washington, D.C. has had during this period, and we didn't mobilize the National Guard for it.
Well, it seems like the president is not backing down on this policy. In fact, I want to show you a post. This was posted yesterday. President Trump shared this on his social media account. It's directed at Chicago, and it reads, quote, "I love the smell of deportations in the morning, and Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War." Illinois Governor Pritzker called this a threat. Would you go so far as to call this a threat?
I call it a threat. I call it embarrassing. I would call it performative. And I do want to be clear about some of the stats. When people talk about how we watched a decrease because of the National Guard, let's be clear about some of the stats. That the National Guard are responsible during this occupation for 744 cubic yards of mulch spread, 886 bags of trash collected, 270 feet of fence painted. You know what we don't have stats on? How many illegal guns has the National Guard seized? How many drug busts has the National Guard done? How
And
many
yet
arrests?
crime is down in D.C.
Oh, as it is in Baltimore. And in fact, if you're looking at the crime numbers in Baltimore, they're down around the same percentage from D.C. during the surge. And we did not have to ask these citizen soldiers to give up their lives and ask the American people to pay well over $1 million a day so we could have fences painted.
Tenemos que evitar completamente que Donald Trump se adueñe de la narrativa y que les haga creer a todos que él es el único capaz de mantener seguros los estadounidenses. Los demócratas deberían estar ganando en este tema dentro de Washington, dentro de Baltimore, dentro de Nueva York. En todo el país, los alcaldes demócratas se han dado cuenta que dentro de sus estados la criminalidad simplemente se ha reducido antes de que Donald Trump haga lo que sea. Porque sí, que la criminalidad se haya reducido en estos estados no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con que Donald Trump haya mandado a estos matones que él tiene. Este no es un plan de política real y no tiene ningún objetivo que lograr. Donald Trump solo quiere intimidar y sentar precedentes para finalmente poder declarar una ley marcial y convertirse en algo así como un rey sobre América. Eso es lo que él quiere hacer ahora mismo. Ese es el objetivo de él, pero por esa misma razón los demócratas tienen que estar respondiéndole directamente. Ahora, por supuesto que vimos a muchas personas responderle a Donald Trump en este espectáculo que montó dentro del US Open. Antes de entrar en Donald Trump negando haber sido abucheado, tenemos que hablar de los verdaderos abucheos y lo fuerte que fueron. Miren, por favor. Ahora, eso fue obvio, ¿verdad? No puedes negar que estabas cantando el himno nacional. Donald Trump aparece en la pantalla gigante y todos comienzan a abuchearlo. Y él ya no puede negar esto porque eso es simplemente la verdad. Porque cada titular sobre el US Open habla de cómo Donald Trump termina siendo abucheado. Incluso el grupo de prensa de la Casa Blanca tiene un titular de Donald Trump siendo abucheado. Bueno, ¿y cómo está respondiendo Donald Trump? Como siempre lo hace, sin ninguna prueba de nada. Rapid Response 47, la cuenta oficial de la Casa Blanca, respondió: todo lo que hacen estos perdedores de noticias falsas es mentir porque sus cerebros del tamaño de un guisante han sido destruidos irreversiblemente por el síndrome de odio a Trump. Así fue como se transmitió en televisión. Nota los aplausos. Ahora, yo no te puedo transmitir el clip de Epstein dentro de YouTube porque esta es información de ellos y yo no puedo subirla a mi canal. Pero solo es un clip de Donald Trump siendo completamente abucheado. Incluso la Casa Blanca publicó un clip de Donald Trump siendo abucheado. Y aunque sugirieran que hay un clip del US Open, la transmisión hecha por ESPN que no te muestra a Donald Trump siendo completamente abucheado, tú no puedes escuchar absolutamente nada porque estos medios fueron instruidos para eliminar todo el volumen, o sea, todo el sonido de abucheos, para que simplemente la gente no se dé cuenta de que Donald Trump está siendo abucheado en todos lados. O sea, lo que hicieron básicamente es poner ruido de público falso, o sea, públicos que tengan de otros partidos, y silenciar el micrófono que captaba el audio de lo que realmente estaba pasando en el US Open. Le dijeron que Donald Trump no puede ser abucheado. ¿Por qué? Porque está en una administración fascista. Ahora, es importante señalar que Donald Trump diciendo a los medios que no puede ser abucheado no es lo mismo que enviar a sus matones en masa de forma ilegal a las ciudades. Pero ambas cosas son importantes para notar hasta qué punto es capaz de llegar Donald Trump en esta toma de poder. Si el querido líder quiere hacer ilegal que la gente la abuchee en la calle, yo creo que Estados Unidos está avanzando en un régimen autoritario. Es tan irónico que la administración de Donald Trump se pasó quejando por años de que no, el Joe Biden, Barack Obama. Es tan irónico que la administración de Donald Trump se quejó por años de la libertad de expresión, que no permitían a otras personas que la gente se exprese como quiera y que ellos sí permitían. Se quejaron de Joe Biden, se quejaron de Barack Obama y se quejan de cualquier gobierno que según ellos limitaban la libertad de expresión, y lo que están haciendo ellos es limitar el pensamiento de la gente. O sea, si tú piensas a favor de Donald Trump, todo cool, pero si tú llegas a dar una opinión contraria a lo de Donald Trump, estás cometiendo un acto ilegal. Esto sí es impedir la libertad de expresión y esto es lo que está haciendo la administración de Donald Trump. Quiero que le prestes atención a este clip de Tammy Duckworth. Mira, por favor.
Vice President Vance says there aren't plans to send in troops. Do you have concrete indication now that there are plans to do so?
Well, let's make it clear. The President of the United States essentially just declared war on a major city in his own nation. This is not normal, Margaret. This is not acceptable behavior. No, we don't have any indications of them getting ready to send troops into Chicago. In fact, I was out at Great Lakes base yesterday, Naval Training Base, and they were able to confirm that the only assistance they've been requested to provide is just office space for ICE. But that there are no barracks, no detention facilities, none of that is being requested or prepared in order to support troops into Chicago.
So So then is this just, social media trash talk? When you say he's declaring war, is this tongue in cheek?
I think he's renaming the Department of Defense the Department of War. And did he not just say that Chicago will find out what it means to be at war? I take what the President of the United States says very seriously, because that is the respect you have to give to the office. And if that's what he's declaring, then let me make it clear. It would be an illegal order to declare war on a major city, any city within the United States by the President of the United States.
Senator, I know you just mentioned you went out to the Great Lakes Naval Training Station, and you said the military leadership said they'll only get office space, ICE cannot bring in lethal munitions, and the resources will not be diverted from military training. So all of that together, did you breathe a sigh of relief and say this won't have a real impact on the military?
Well, we're going to make sure that there's not an impact on the military. We need to make sure that Great Lakes Naval Training Base is where every single recruit in the United States Navy goes through to get their basic training, and then later on some advanced training. We need to make sure that not a single dollar, not a single penny of the resources that they have that should be directed towards training our nation's sailors and making them ready to do their jobs. None of that money needs to be diverted in order to support ICE or any of Donald Trump's political theater efforts. We need to focus on making sure we turn out the very best sailors we possibly can out of the base.
So in terms of how Democrats are responding to this rhetoric, the Chicago Tribune faulted Governor Pritzker for his threats to, quote, not stand idly by if the guard went in. They wrote, what does that threat actually mean? How about a conversation before the action or the response? Because it's all potentially harmful to collective health. It sounds like there's a lot of tension here. Is there an opportunity to work with the administration to avoid making this worse?
Well, they've not responded to any of our requests. I mean, I'll give you a very concrete example. Senator Durbin, myself, Senator Schneider, Congressman Schneider, sent requests into DHS to ask them to explain what exactly are you going to be doing at Great Lakes, and can we come look at your facility so we have a better understanding of what your operations are. And they replied, no, you can't, and in fact gave their staff the day off on the day that we went to go look at the facilities, and locked the doors and left the base. Basically, they fled the base. This is not the action of someone that's doing something legal or that they're proud of. They literally gave their people the day off, locked the doors, and left. Now, the Navy allowed us onto the post. They allowed us to tour the outside of the facility and also where they would be storing the non-lethal munitions. But DHS did not show up. And we certainly have sent the administration multiple inquiries about what they're planning on doing. Who are they bringing into Chicago? Are they planning to bring the National Guard in? They've done none of that. They've not even reached out to local law enforcement to try to coordinate. If they were truly, truly interested in fighting crime, then they would work with local law enforcement and ask them, what do you need? What help do you need? And we've not gotten any communications or feedback from the administration whatsoever.
I want to ask you in your armed services role about what is a significant geopolitical meeting this past week. You had a lot of America's adversaries gathering together. Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of them in Beijing. And China and Russia seem to be deepening their work together. What do you think the signal to the United States here is?
The signal to the United States is exactly what these authoritarian regimes want to send, which is that they are the new world power, that America is losing its ground, and that they have utter disrespect for the United States. I think it was very, very clear. And it doesn't escape me the fact that once this meeting happened, which was humiliating to Donald Trump, he immediately responds by saying, well, then I'm going to rename the Department of Defense the Department of War and declare war in Chicago. This is what Donald Trump does. When something bad happens to him in the news cycle, or when the Epstein victims come together and have a very emotional press conference, he changes the topic and distracts us by saying things like, I'm going to send ICE into Chicago.
No pareciera que a Maga Mike Johnson le guste lo que está pasando en el Capitolio con estas nuevas palabras de los sobrevivientes de Jeffrey Epstein. Ellos están exigiendo transparencia real dentro del Departamento de Justicia para que de una vez por todas se hagan públicos los archivos de Jeffrey Epstein, tal y cual Donald Trump prometió al principio de su campaña. Y Mike Johnson dice, yo no le veo el problema problema aquí, porque hemos sido transparentes. Es más, les dimos 33.000 documentos del archivo de Jeffrey Epstein. Pero no lo hicieron. Lo que hicieron es dar 33.000 documentos repetidos de archivos que en gran cantidad ni siquiera eran de Jeffrey Epstein. Pero aquí tienes a Mike Johnson, sin embargo. Mira el clip, por favor.
I've spoken to the president myself about this many times, and he is insistent as we are. He is the most transparent president in memory, probably in the history of the country. As you know, he stops. If he were here now, he would stand here and take your questions endlessly. That's his mindset, and he wants the American people to have information so they can draw their own conclusions. I've talked with him about this very subject myself, so I can tell you that is his heart. Now, he also, just as we do, is insistent that we protect the innocent victims, and that's what this has been.
Ha sido por las víctimas, por supuesto, pero también hemos escuchado a Donald Trump hablar sobre este tema. Lo ha llamado una farsa, ha dicho que todo lo que relaciona a Jeffrey Epstein y a Ghislaine Maxwell es una farsa. Le dio inmunidad a Ghislaine Maxwell, que por si no la conoces, es la mano derecha de Jeffrey Epstein, y le dieron 20 años de cárcel por cometer crímenes atroces. Y Donald Trump, aparte de darle inmunidad, le permitió que la traspase a una cárcel de mínima seguridad, que básicamente es un resort. Hemos escuchado a Donald Trump decir que la gente, cualquier republicano o cualquier demócrata que firme el tratado de descargo para hacer públicos estos archivos, él lo verá como un ataque hostil contra la administración de Donald Trump. De todos modos, esto es lo que están diciendo las víctimas de Jeffrey Epstein. Préstale mucha atención.
So can I get a show of hands? Who here is satisfied with the level of contact they've had from Congress? Nobody. Let me ask this. How about the Justice Department? I want to ask a couple of things about what you knew about things that were happening with this case that you're obviously involved with. Show of hands. Did any of you hear from the Justice Department before they released that memo, that 2-page memo earlier this summer? No hands. Were any of you told that Todd Blanche would be speaking with Ghislaine Maxwell prior to that interview over the course of 2 days?
No.
No. Were any of you told about the prison transfer that Ghislaine Maxwell?
No.
Do any of you feel that the DOJ has communicated with you enough this year?
No.
Have any of you had any communication with the DOJ?
No.
Nobody in this room has heard at all from the Department of Justice?
No.
Is that surprising to you?
No.
It should be. It should, yeah.
A continuación quiero que veas lo que tiene que decir el ex senador de los Estados Unidos, Don Jones. Cole habló de temas de relevancia mediática como el actuar del Departamento de Justicia en torno al caso de Jeffrey Epstein, y también tocó el tema de las víctimas de Jeffrey Epstein y Ghislaine Maxwell. Mira, por favor.
Senator, you heard what they were saying there. Explain how baffling it is, based on everything you know about the DOJ, that they would not be contacted, or just in general how the DOJ has been handling this.
You know, it's amazing to me that they haven't been contacted. I mean, look, there's a statute dealing with victims' rights and victim, whether it is for a pre-sentence report or whether it is just for restitution or victims' notice requirements. There's a statute, there's a law on the books that DOJ is supposed to be following. And it's stunning to me that they have just shoved that aside. I say stunning. It should not be surprising to anyone that they would shove aside the victims of this case, the women who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, in order to try to figure out the political ramifications of a very sensitive thing for the President of the United States. At this stage of the game, that should not be surprising, but it's certainly not consistent with the law. It's not consistent with DOJ practices. And I think that we're beginning to see that snowball beginning to build right now in Congress and the American people. And today is a big day. Today is the first day you've really heard en masse from those victims. And that's going to get the public's attention.
An opportunity to read or hear about Todd Blanche's conversation or interviews transcribed with Ghislaine Maxwell in Tallahassee. Then she was given a use immunity there, and then thereafter moved to a minimum security facility where she had to get a special waiver for, because they don't allow convicted sex traffickers in these minimum security facilities. It's also right on the Texas A&M campus, Camp Ryan. They do a lot of activities together. So bring a sex trafficker, underage girls, to a place where they raise puppies together and things like that seems to be a pretty poor idea. And then you've seen the Bill Barr interview that was done, or deposition that was done on the Hill. You flagged before, I think, just the way these questions are being asked. And it's obvious to you the leading questions and the very nature of this is also very manufactured. But could you describe what you've been seeing?
There's no question about that. I mean, first of all, you got to remember, I don't think that Todd Blanche went to do that interview as the Deputy Attorney General. He was there as Donald Trump's personal lawyer. There is little doubt about that. This was about the President of the United States and also trying to get information that would feed Trump's old conspiracy theory about protecting others, protecting the rich and powerful Democrats or something like that. It is the most worthless interview I think DOJ has ever conducted in its history. She has no credibility. She is a convicted sex offender to even waste the time going up there because you knew what she was going to say. You could have written that script ahead of time. And what I've seen, not only with DOJ, but also on the Hill with Congressman Comer and others, you set these things up with leading questions. These are not open-ended questions. What happened next? Where did they go? What did you see? This was just basically, did you see anything inappropriate? No. Did the President of the United States do anything that you saw inappropriate? No. I mean, it was a setup from the very beginning. That is worthless to the American public. It is worthless to the criminal justice system, Blanche's interview. The only thing it was worth something to her in order to get moved to a less secure prison. I mean, much less secure prison, a camp, and potentially be there for either clemency or a pardon. One of the two is what she's banking on. And she got a get out of jail free card. They call it a queen for a day letter, that she could say anything that she wanted and nothing was going to be used against her. So it's really pretty disgusting the way the DOJ has been handling this.
And I think you could then say it's disgusting the way the DOJ has been handling this, and then fill in the blank on any number of on every single issue, from I think something you've referred to as monopoly justice, of a real just blatant pay for play DOJ of who they go after. You know, is Pam Bondi's brother representing you? Have you donated money to the Trump administration? You know, and it's just very obvious. I got to ask you, because, you know, I do a show with Harry Litman, who is former Maine Justice, you know, a top prosecutor there. And he's like in horror of what he's seeing. You know, I got to ask you, as the United States Attorney in the Clinton administration, Northern District of Alabama, as United States Senator. I mean, the DOJ being a Fed is kind of a federal prosecutor is in your veins. So what do you make of, like, when you see this? Like, what do you think about it?
First of all, it's really sad for those of us who have been in DOJ and have worked there and have revered that organization. I mean, we really have, even in times when it was an administration that I disagreed with on any number of policy issues. That's happened over the years. I mean, I've been around for a long time doing this stuff. But you still have this certain affinity because you knew at the end of the day, there were people there that believed in the fair administration of justice. You might not always agree with their tactics. You might not always agree with their priorities. But at the end of the day, you knew that justice was somewhat safe and they were representing the American public. That is out the window. You may as well take the word justice off of the Department of Justice building, the Robert F. Kennedy building in Washington, D.C., and make it the Department of Presidential Prerogatives, Presidential Transactions, whatever you want to do. This Department of Justice is solely representing the President of the United States, and they make really no bones about that. They talk about that. Pam Bondi consistently says doing things consistent with what the President of the United States wants. And so it's really a sad day. It was interesting you called. I mean, we're doing this today. Just on Monday, I had a call with some of my former colleagues in the Clinton administration. We call ourselves the Clintonistas. And to a person, everybody is distraught. Everybody is sad at what's going on. And there's nobody really rising up. You don't see the folks in Congress, Republicans who have been law and order, have been supportive of law enforcement. You don't see anyone standing up and speaking out. And I'll tell you one other thing to watch out for, and this is a little bit frightening too. You can criticize the FBI all you want to, but for the last 50, 60, 70 years, they have been one of the greatest law enforcement agencies in the world. I disagree with them on a number of things. We've gone toe to toe when I was a defense lawyer on a lot of things. But the fact is, for national security, for domestic security, for investigating big white collar crimes, for investigating drug cartels, those kind of things, FBI has done a hell of a job, and they are getting decimated at this point. They are going to lower the standards for FBI agents to come in, and that is just going to put people on the streets in the federal law enforcement that have no business being there.
You know, the head of the domestic counterterrorism unit is a guy named Thomas Fugate III, who's a 22-year-old intern from Trump, who before that I think did, you know, either some gardening for Trump but like, I mean, they brought in the intern and they made the intern the head of the counter domestic terrorism, and the making us, it is shocking. I mean, but and I guess, you know, I'm a law professor at USC, and of course I would always recommend the path before of working at the DOJ, you know, would be an obvious path. And also I'd recommend working at some of these big law firms, and I would tell them, here's a great path, here's a great path. But we see big firms capitulating. We see the DOJ behaving. What should I tell young law students right now in this environment? Like, what would you tell someone who's coming up? Like, where do they go? Where does the old me work right now?
You know, I tell them, just jump on the boat and hang on, because you're going to have a rough ride for a while, and you really cannot. I don't think I can recommend to a rising professional, someone with ethics and standards, that they should go to the FBI or that they should go into DOJ. Now, I will say this candidly, across this country, in U.S. attorneys' offices across the country, there are folks there that have been there, that are working there, that are toiling in the vineyards, and they're just keeping their heads down, and they're trying to do their jobs, and they are doing that. They're doing the same things U.S. attorneys' offices do. The issue I think we've got to watch out for is whether or not that how the things that are going on at the top are going to continue to filter down. How many people are going to be put to just simply doing the crazy ice work that they've got going on right now? I think you're going to lose really quality candidates who will want to go to the Department of Justice and be there for a period of time, if not for their careers. We're going to lose that in this administration. We're going to lose that. And the thing that folks aren't, I don't think, talking about enough, all of this is going to be hard to fix. This is not going to be something that the midterms or even the 28 election can fix overnight. This is the dismantling of a department that I think is going to take a long time to build back up and to gain the credibility with the American public that it so richly deserves.
Finally, Voting Rights Act, voting rights issues near and dear to your heart, clearly under assault. You have what's taking place in Texas, gerrymandering at what's going to be taking place, I guess, a special session in Missouri. Donald Trump went from find me 11,000, whatever, 400, whatever the votes were, to find me these seats. Right. And Republican governors are saying, will do. Now, Democratic governors, I see like Newsom stepping up and saying, we don't want to do this here. We like the independent commission, but if you do it, we're going to have to do it. We're not going to throw away our democracy. What do you make of everything, kind of the assault of the Voting Rights Act? And I get in the weeds with my audience on how the formula and the pre-clearance was destroyed, and how that really was the precursor to what we're seeing now, where governors are in the first, or the legislatures are now creating the maps versus the pre-clearance requirement. But this was a generational, I think, move by right wing to destroy voting rights, but we're seeing the manifestations at the worst time. Where are we right now in all this?
You know, look, we're seeing the same manifestations of the decades-long chipping away the Voting Rights Act that we saw in the chipping away of Roe versus Wade to where it finally went away. We're seeing that with the Voting Rights Act. And there's two different things here. The Voting Rights Act is one. Let's talk about that in a minute. The other one you mentioned is gerrymandering. There are two things in this country that I think is the biggest problem in American politics today. Number one is gerrymandering. Both sides have been doing it. It is getting out of hand. It is starting a war. And that is coupled now with what I have seen as an adoption of Newton's third law of physics to politics. And that is, for every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And now we are in that with gerrymandering, and that cannot be good. It is, one, an insult to voters. Number two, it is voters can sometimes use it to just kind of get lazy and vote for whoever they want to, or either not vote, depending, knowing that their candidate is likely to win. This is a real problem. Democrats had an opportunity, and they let it slip away from them at the end of the 2020 election. They just let it slip away, and it's too bad. We could have had nonpartisan, drawing of districts across the board, and we just kind of let that slip away. But this gerrymandering war cannot be good. And at some point, I would hope that enough public officials and people in the public will line up and say, if only the citizens of this country would stand up and say, you know what? Don't take my damn vote for granted anymore, okay? Just don't take it for granted. I want you to prove to me that you earned my vote. I don't care whether you're a Republican or Democrat. Talk to me. All politics is personal these days, and that's what I want you to do. The Voting Rights Act is in real trouble. I think Chief Justice Roberts has not been a friend of the Voting Rights Act forever. He and Brett Kavanaugh saved it the last time, but it's hanging by a thread. And if we lose the ability to protect minority voters in this country, which are growing across the country, then I think we're going to be in a real, I think that democracy is in great peril at that point. It has accomplished so much. And remember the time before now when it was reauthorized, it was almost unanimous in both houses of Congress. That's how people think, and that's unfortunately how the wheel has turned these days against minorities, against the Voting Rights Act, against trying to give free and fair access to the ballot box so that we can get the number of people voting up rather than keeping it artificially stagnated the way it is right now.
When during the semester, my class is about 105 students, and I say to them, I just say in a nonpartisan way, I say, raise your hand today, raise your hand if you think the Voting Rights Act could be passed in 2025. Just raise your hand. It was passed on a bipartisan basis 50 years ago, 60. Do you think it could be passed today? Not a single hand. And I said, just think about that. In 2025, 105 students don't think we could pass the voting rights. Then I go through everything else. I go to, Civil Rights Act. I go to Title IX. No one raises their hand, says we couldn't pass this legislation today. And I'm like, what do you think of me? So when people say that you have less rights than your grandparents did, you're all basically, saying that right now. Before we go, Senator, anything else though that's on your mind? We got 6 million subscribers. It's the most watched YouTube channel right now. Our audience loves to hear from you. I joked with you before we went on that in the early days of the Midas YouTube channel, I would just take the Doug Jones kind of rants that you would do in that office, and I would say, Doug, tell me what you think. So before we go, anything else you want to get out there just to our audience?
I want to be very conscious of, and I know a lot of your listeners and viewers are, but I want people to be very conscious of all of this that's going on with the National Guard in these cities. This is not just a mere distraction, folks. This is much more serious. We may see this at election time in key precincts, in key congressional districts around the country. This is not just a distraction from the Epstein stuff that's going on right now, and which is dominating the news. This is a power play like we've not seen. And these guys, remember that the National Guard is not trained to do law enforcement. That is just a ruse. They're not trained to do this law enforcement. In fact, they are not doing law enforcement work up there. They're putting out mulch around the flowers and the shrubs in Washington, D.C. It's costing a fortune. I heard a member of Congress from Chicago today on the news talking about the fact that if you take all of the money that was spent in Los Angeles, you could hire 2,000 police officers in Chicago. But I want folks to understand too that crime is still a problem, even though it may be going down in these cities. It's still a problem. People are concerned, but there is a way to strategically attack crime. We've seen it before. We've done it before. The joint federal state law enforcement can really focus on the crimes and the activities and the individuals that cause those crimes without the kind of authoritarian show of force that we're seeing. I think it's ironic that as we're seeing the National Guard deployed against Americans, or deployed in American cities, we're seeing China and Russia and North Korea in a demonstration of their authoritarian power over in China right now. And I just hope people will at some point, I know there are a lot of folks that think, well, something's need to be done in these cities. And I agree with that. But the National Guard and their tax dollars with those National Guard, it's not the way to do it. There's ways to help bring the crime problems down in these cities, but National Guard's not the way.
Un Donald Trump débil y en deterioro ha estado tratando de hacer un teatro político durante mucho tiempo. Pero sencillamente no le funciona porque no se sabe sus líneas. Su maquillaje es terrible y comienza a tropezar con lo que sea que se le ponga enfrente. Y eso es exactamente lo que vimos hace unos días en el US Open, cuando Donald Trump básicamente obligó a los medios a bloquear todos los abucheos que iban directamente hacia él, solo para que terminaran siendo tan fuertes que todos los escucharan. Y después de que Donald Trump huyera temprano del US Open, fue confrontado por estos abucheos y se le preguntó sobre el público. Y su respuesta fue exactamente lo que cualquiera hubiera esperado. Perdió el control. Y todo esto afuera del Air Force One. Ahora, antes de que veamos a Donald Trump hablando sobre este abucheo tan grande que recibió, quiero que comencemos con Donald Trump divagando sin sentido sobre una ciudad a la que estaba regresando. Y esa es Washington, D.C. Mira el clip, por favor.
When you look at what happened to D.C. in a short period of time, honestly, it's amazing. Over a period of 12 days. In other words, on the 12th day, we had the crime just about solved. And right now, people are walking out. They're going out right now to restaurants all over D.C. Whereas if you go back a year ago or 6 months ago, nobody was going out. Nobody. We did it in 12 days. Now it's better than it was in 12 days. We'll make it even better. And then we're also going to clean it up. We're going to clean up the city. We're going to make some great improvements to the roads, to the medians, to all of the signs. You got signs that have been up for 30, 40 years. They're worn out. They look like hell. We're going to redo the signs. We're going to put up new signs. It's going to look beautiful. Within a 6-month period, it'll look really beautiful. But you have essentially a crime-free zone. I mean, here we are on a nice Sunday evening. If you'd like, it feels like Saturday, actually. If you like, you could go out and you could have dinner on me, but you wouldn't do that. But you could have dinner on me if you'd like.
La fascinación de Donald Trump con los restaurantes solo demuestra lo desconectado que llega a estar y lo poco que le importa realmente obtener resultados sustanciosos en sus políticas. Él no está citando ninguna estadística real sobre el crimen. Donald Trump simplemente finge que sus amigos ricos multimillonarios están muy cómodos saliendo a comer, lo cual siempre han hecho. Es más, si te pones a ver, Donald Trump, los únicos amigos de Donald Trump son otros multimillonarios que no pueden caminar si no están rodeados de seguridad. Obviamente estas personas no tienen miedo a ir a cualquier restaurante, pues están, como les digo, rodeados de seguridad. Así que yo no creo que Donald Trump entienda lo que es sentirse un poco incómodo o inseguro en un lugar. Si hubieran personas incómodas, fueron las personas dentro del US Open. Personas que lastimosamente tuvieron que estar cerca de él. Pero de nuevo, su enfoque no está únicamente en las élites. No hay ninguna política real contra el crimen que Donald Trump esté tratando de utilizar utilizando la Guardia Nacional. Solo quiere dos cosas. Primero, intimidar, obviamente. Y segundo, quiere sembrar un precedente para poder hacer esto en otros estados. Y se lo vio realmente débil cuando se confundió y le preguntaron sobre Japón y Corea del Sur. Miren el clip, por favor.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Do you have plans to go to Japan and South Korea this fall?
What does that mean?
Or do you have plans to go to South Korea?
Maybe. I mean, we'll see. But it's going to be very interesting what comes out. I think we may have learned something, because when they come here and there's nobody that can do what they're supposed to be doing, and they bring people, those people can also teach our people. It's complicated stuff. And something very interesting could come out of that. Thank you, everybody.
Por supuesto, le preguntaron a Donald Trump cómo sus aranceles están afectando directamente el comercio. Él no entiende nada de esto y simplemente dice que es bueno cuando ellos vienen hacia acá. Aunque la pregunta era sobre otro país en Asia. Él pensó que le estaban preguntando sobre China y Donald Trump asumía que, él está muy contento con que estudiantes chinos vayan hacia Estados Unidos para estudiar. Algo muy contrario a la voluntad de los conservadores de American First o América Primero. Así que esto es un poco de racismo y deterioro cognitivo por parte de Donald Trump. Pero esto no se detuvo ahí, porque por supuesto malinterpretó todo lo relacionado con las preguntas que le hicieron sobre los aranceles, incluyendo la pregunta de por qué el precio de la carne de res está subiendo. Miren el clip, por favor.
Mr. President, the price of beef continues to rise and other items keep going up. Is there any way to address the cost of beef?
Yeah, once it kicks in, once our policies kick in, the price of beef will be going down, just like the price of eggs went down and the price of a lot of other grocery items went down. Beef will go down. It'll all go down.
Así que no ha implementado su política, pero los aranceles están en vigor y no ha implementado ninguna política aparte de los aranceles. Entonces me pregunto yo, ¿qué va a cambiar para que los comestibles sean más accesibles o más económicos? Porque parece que absolutamente todo está más caro y aparentemente es su culpa. Y la gente realmente lo odia por eso. Yo creo que lo resumí bastante bien. Y creo que esta también es una razón por la cual vimos una reacción tan fuerte por parte del público del US Open, donde Donald Trump fue realmente abucheado sin piedad. Y cuando se le preguntó al respecto, tuvo una reacción diferente a lo que se interpretó. Mira el clip, por favor.
Well, I loved it. First of all, the two players have unbelievable talent. It just seemed that they hit the ball harder than I've ever seen before. Incredible talent. And I enjoyed it. And I used to go all the time, but, lately it's a little bit more difficult to go. I really enjoyed it. They were really nice. The fans were really nice. I didn't know what to expect. Usually you would say that would be a somewhat progressive, as they say nowadays, crowd. Sometimes some people would call it liberal, but we'll use the word they like to use, progressive. But they were great. The fans were great.
No sabía qué esperar. Normalmente pensaría que sería un público más progresista. También utilizan la palabra liberal, pero utilicemos la palabra que les gusta utilizar, progresistas. Donald Trump continúa diciendo que el público estuvo genial, que la gente progresista estuvo genial. Donald, literalmente te abuchearon. Y lo peor de todo es que la Casa Blanca está diciendo que cualquiera que piense que abuchearon a Donald Trump tiene un síndrome que a ellos les gusta llamar el síndrome por Trump. Pero creo que todos escuchamos y fue muy evidente que Donald Trump sí fue abucheado. No importa si él le dijo a Epstein que tratara de silenciar todos los ruidos de abucheos, o que pusieran ruido de público falso para que no se dieran cuenta de que estaba siendo abucheado Donald Trump. Eso es lo que pasó y Donald Trump sigue tratando de hacer estas maniobras. Él sigue muy débil y esta es la razón principal por la cual sigue atacando a Chicago. Miren el clip, por favor.
No, it's a safe place now.
But you've been talking a lot about Chicago, and there was
No, Chicago's been talking a lot. So, Chicago last week lost 9 people were killed and 28 people were shot. The week before it was 7 people were killed and 37 people were shot. The week before that it was the same kind of number. Chicago is a very dangerous place, and we have a governor that doesn't care about crime. I guess we could solve Chicago very quickly, but we're going to make a decision as to where we go over the next day or two.
Donald Trump puede seguir intentando actuar como el tipo duro, pero actualmente nadie le cree. Y especialmente cuando él dice que va a entrar en guerra con una ciudad estadounidense. Donald Trump no parece que tuviera un objetivo claro. Y esto es lo que yo sigo insistiendo que los demócratas deberían de estar hablando. No quiero que sigan diciendo, oh bueno, el crimen es importante y nos importa. No califiquen sus preguntas sobre las invasiones de Donald Trump hacia ciudades estadounidenses. Todo esto con promesas de que realmente les importa. Hablen sobre lo poco que a él importa. No declarará la guerra contra Chicago si crees que hay un problema que debe de resolverse. Hablas de invertir en forma de mantener seguras a las comunidades. Y Donald Trump no ha hecho esto porque sencillamente a él no le importa. A Donald Trump no le importa ninguna ciudad importante de Estados Unidos, especialmente Nueva York, en la que están tratando de interferir en las elecciones para alcalde, porque él sabe claramente que Zohran Mamdani, el postulante que evidentemente va a ganar, lo va a hacer rendir cuentas, al igual que los multimillonarios que están haciendo lo imposible para que ella no sea elegida. Y habló de todo esto en una entrevista que yo considero que tenemos que revisar, así que presten atención a Zohran Mamdani, por favor.
Eric Adams is staying in the race. He announced that he is not going to take some other position he was reportedly being offered by Trump. Why do you think he's staying?
I cannot speak to Eric Adams' motivations or his interests. I can just tell you that it's been a lot of noise these last few weeks. And we've seen that this is the specialty of Donald Trump and his puppets. A lot of noise, few results. And all of it distracts from the fact that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are living in poverty in this city. And so often their concerns, their welfare has been secondary to the interests of these so-called leaders in trying to figure out their own futures.
Do you think Trump's involvement in this race at this point is helping you?
I think it's showcasing what's at stake, which is the fact that we have a vision to actually help New Yorkers afford their city. And Donald Trump has a vision to try and rip apart the very fabric of this city. He has passed legislation that will throw millions of New Yorkers off of their health care, ran a campaign on cheaper groceries, and is now cutting SNAP for hungry New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs.
What about when, Donald Trump has threatened to bring troops into New York? He's done it in Washington. He wants to do it in Baltimore, Chicago. If you're elected mayor, do you think that that's the first thing he's going to do? Because he's made it clear he's invested in what happens here. He's a longtime New York resident. He does not want to see you elected. If you are, do you expect that he'll get involved?
We will prepare for every eventuality. And I agree with what Commissioner Tisch of the NYPD said, which is that we do not need the National Guard here. The NYPD can create that public safety for New Yorkers. And we've seen an example of how to fight back against this federal overreach in California, where you had the governor, the mayor, the attorney general work together to file a lawsuit that a judge recently found that the federal government was illegally deploying the National Guard there. That's the kind of partnership we need to see in New York. And yet that's exactly the opposite of what we saw when Andrew Cuomo was leading the state.
So lawsuits would be your first step?
I think lawsuits. I also think the fact that we look at our own law department, which has been on the forefront of some of the most critical cases in the country, and yet it's staffed at pre-pandemic levels, not even at the level that it used to be before COVID. That needs to be brought up with 200 additional lawyers.
So in Baltimore, in the state of Maryland, just today, the mayor there and the governor, they're surging resources into the city to address crime, to address public safety. They're saying it's not anything to do with Donald Trump, but what are you going to do about public safety in New York? Is there a responsibility that you would have to actually make the city safer for New Yorkers, to address those concerns that are very real?
Absolutely. That is one of my primary responsibilities. And it's interesting that you actually mentioned Baltimore, because you can see in Baltimore that they've managed to bring down the number of homicides and shootings through an understanding of the very different tools you have to implement to actually confront the scourge of gun violence. Here in New York City, I would work alongside the NYPD to create that public safety and also invest in existing infrastructure we have here that is not at the full scale it could be. Infrastructure that has been shown to reduce shootings by up to 40%, and it goes by the name of the crisis.
Fox está perdiendo la cabeza completamente, mientras las cosas simplemente empeoran dentro de la Casa Blanca. Así que por supuesto, mientras los medios del régimen estatal necesitan a los medios del régimen estatal, traen a Lara Trump y a otros miembros de la familia Trump porque quieren intentar convencer al pueblo de que los precios se están reduciendo, que todo es increíble y que todo está muy bien. Y yo creo que todo esto se debe a que la familia de Donald Trump está ganando millones y millones de dólares a través de su nueva criptomoneda. Lo que sea que estén vendiendo, pero relacionado con cripto. Pero eso es lo que está pasando con los estadounidenses, y esto es lo que dijo Lara Trump en Fox. Mira, por favor.
For the Democrats, look, prices are coming down. It's not going to happen immediately, but people are actually feeling it out there. This is the thing they should have been paying attention to a year ago when the American people were saying, inflation is really high. It's coming down with Donald Trump. We see the numbers all over.
Literalmente, lo contrario de lo que dicen los números. Tal vez en sus mansiones de Florida piensan que, la verdad, yo no sé ni siquiera qué piensen. Pero en su mente de fantasía tal vez piensen que Estados Unidos se tienen que enfocar en esto. Mientras que en realidad lo que están haciendo es arruinar día con día la economía estadounidense. Entonces el nuevo invento que han creado es sobre una actriz y sus jeans. Y hacen ver como que los liberales están enojados por esto. Ellos literalmente están creando cosas con las que luego se enojan. Esto se llama ser un sociópata. Miren el clip, por favor.
The place, but this inauthenticity that they continue to thrive for, like this beer stuff, this is never going to work for them. When they're obsessing over jeans ads and now they're diving in deep on the beer, I just don't think it's going to work. The American people like something authentic. That's why they like Donald Trump. It's why they didn't like Kamala Harris. It's why Tim Walz connected with about 0 men out there. So good luck to the Democrats. I don't think this one's going to hit.
Llega un punto en el que yo no tengo la menor idea de lo que están hablando estas personas. Sinceramente, para mí no son nada más que lunáticos. No hay una sola persona en estos foros comunitarios por todo el país diciendo: ¿sabes? El verdadero problema que hay es sobre una mujer famosa con jeans. Estoy muy molesto por eso. Eso es algo que no está ocurriendo. ¿Sabes de qué se están quejando realmente las personas? Y no pensando en alguien con jeans. En que no tienen dinero para sobrevivir otro mes. Que no les alcanza el dinero para la renta. que no les alcanza el dinero para la comida, que tal vez todo es más costoso. Si antes vivían con las justas, ahora se tienen que endeudar para poder vivir tal y cual estaban viviendo antes de que llegue Donald Trump a la presidencia. Donald Trump está desapareciendo personas por todo el país y está haciendo ver completamente débil a todos. Todo esto mientras hay reuniones entre Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin e incluso el primer ministro de India, el primer ministro Modi. Literalmente están dejando en ridículo a Donald Trump. Pero Steve Miller quiere hablar sobre algo en los medios del régimen estatal. Dice que Stephen Colbert es un tipo repugnante, asqueroso y completamente baboso. Mira el clip, por favor.
He's a slime ball. The guy's just disgusting. I mean, he's not just, he has no talent. He's not liked. Obviously, he was fired for a reason, but he's just a sleazy, disgusting, smarmy guy. And look, it takes a lot to make me really despise somebody, or maybe it doesn't, I don't know, but Colbert is really, he's a horrible person.
Está hablando de sí mismo ahí. Y cuando empiezas a mirar algunas de estas estadísticas, los despidos aumentaron un 39% en agosto. Los datos de vivienda muestran que los vendedores ahora superan a los compradores por más de 500.000 en el mercado, el mayor desequilibrio jamás registrado en el mercado. Los consumidores estadounidenses, con las puntuaciones de crédito más altas, están empezando a atrasarse en sus pagos de deuda. Y empeora aún más cuando vemos los números de empleo. Las empresas estadounidenses anunciaron solo 1.494 nuevos empleos en agosto, y es el número más bajo para ese mes desde el 2009. Así que lo siento, Lara, pero tú sencillamente estás viviendo en un mundo de fantasías. A continuación, quiero que veas esta entrevista realizada por la congresista demócrata Mickey Sherin, quien está postulándose para ser gobernadora de Nueva Jersey, y habla de varios temas de alta relevancia en cuanto a acciones tomadas por la administración de Donald Trump. Mira el clip, por favor.
Cheryl, who is running for governor of New Jersey, Congresswoman, it's great to see you. I haven't seen you on in a while, so we got to get you on here more frequently. That's on me, not on you. But I want you to react to some of what we saw right there as the Trumps are saying everything is great. From New Jersey, are people waking up in Jersey now saying, thank you, Donald, golden age?
Wow, that is a barrage of, well, I think in New Jersey we'd call it a barrage of shit, but, you know, other people may disagree. But wow, really hard to really know where to start. So Lara Trump, why she thinks anyone's looking at numbers when they're firing anybody from the administration looking at economic numbers, I do not know. But I will tell you what's going on here with tariffs. You know, Chuck, who's a coffee store owner, was telling me that a bag of beans in a big burlap sack, he was showing me these bags that he had, used to cost $2.50. And as he put it, because Trump got in some fight with the Brazilian head guy, now they're $7. And so he's going to have to raise prices on everyone. Prices are in no way going down. In fact, we are seeing them everywhere starting to go up. And I think we're just going to see that trend continuing. The jobs numbers have been bad. We lost about 10,000 jobs in New Jersey, and we're a really resilient economy. So if that's happening in New Jersey, I can only imagine what the rest of the country looks like. And then Stephen Miller's attacks on Stephen Colbert, of all people, you know, that guy lives in my town. He is known for being a really great quality guy. He teaches CCD. Back in the day, he's always thoughtful, friendly. He's like a great dad. Like, where that's coming from, that hatred that he was spewing, is just shocking. So again, really kind of, as we would have said as kids with DC Comics, it's kind of bizarro world, what goes on over in the right wing and MAGA world.
Mention the people of New Jersey are very resilient people. My family's from Jersey. I grew up in Long Island, so I take that trip to visit my cousins quite frequently growing up there. And Americans, by and large, are very resilient people. And so one of the tragedies, though, is that so many people have done everything they could to try to deal with these tariffs, like the story of Chuck, who owns the coffee shop. And they've tried for as long as they could to, quote unquote, eat the tariffs themselves, because they know if they pass it on to consumers, then the customers are going to get pissed at them, and it puts them in an antagonistic place with their customers, especially as you have that person in the Oval Office saying that actually it's the foreign countries paying it, and there's so much disinformation and lies out there. But I just think what we're seeing now especially as each month progresses, is the story like Chuck. And I'm sure you hear that countless times over and over again when you travel New Jersey of, I tried, I did everything I could. I was scrappy. I can't do it anymore. I got to pass it on or I'm going to go bankrupt. And by the way, bankruptcies across this country are at record highs since that period of like 2009 as well right now. There's all that bad data out there.
It's horrible. I was talking to someone who sells different sports equipment, and he had a contract to provide some sports equipment, and some of the pieces that he needed were from overseas. So he had a huge tariff that came in on it, and he had, he wasn't even going to make the profit of selling all this sports equipment, but he had a contract. He had to do it. He had to pay these extra tariffs. And he was talking to some people in his town, and they're saying, well, you shouldn't have to pay that. You shouldn't pay that. And he's like, who do you think is paying for these ridiculous tariffs? It's the American people. That's who's paying. And so as businesses don't have the contracts and as they aren't able to do this, because, Chuck, who we were talking about, it's expensive to print menus. It's expensive to change signage. So he was waiting for a little bit, hoping they would go away, but that's another added cost. So again and again and again, these crazy tariffs that are going on are costing the American people. And that's why I don't think people are feeling their costs are going down. In fact, they're going up.
And of course, you're running for governor of New Jersey. An issue that governors are facing right now across the country is Donald Trump threatening and in a few cases already actually invading states with the military. Now, you come with an added background as a Navy helicopter pilot, and you know what the armed forces are supposed to do and what the armed forces are not supposed to do. And of course, you're running for governor, and of course, you're a congresswoman. So one of the places that often gets mentioned as a target of invasion, and the fact that I even have to say this, I think to myself, am I saying this in the United States of America, is certain cities in New Jersey that Donald Trump has called out before. Obviously, you've had mayors arrested in New Jersey, congresswomen being prosecuted in Jersey. So Jersey's a state that gets targeted, and the city's in Jersey. So what's your reaction to all of that, and just what we're seeing as well with these masked ICE agents running around and kidnapping people, as I see it?
Yeah, no, I hear about this all the time. And I'll tell you, I've served, as you mentioned, in the armed forces. So I know what military people are trained in. It is not law enforcement. It is people are trained in war. And do you really want these men and women with that training and without the training of de-escalation and policing to be on the streets with your kids? They don't want to be there. They shouldn't be there. And then at the same time, that's why we have the Posse Comitatus Act, so that they can only be utilized. The National Guard should only be utilized in very specific types of situations, an armed insurrection, for example. And so Trump is illegally putting them on the street and then threatening to put them on other streets. And so it was great to see that court win yesterday in California where the judge said, no, this is totally illegal. This is against the Posse Comitatus Act. This is not what armed forces should be utilized for. And as governor, I am going to make sure that that doesn't happen here in New Jersey, that here we are standing up, that we are pushing back against that. But we also have that problem with ICE agents. I was just hearing from a police officer the other day who had a run-in with an ICE agent here in New Jersey. The guy came up to him, no insignia, no indication of who he worked for or what his background was, and says, I need you to go do X to one of our police officers. And the guy said, I don't know who you are. Show me some identification. And the ICE agent said, no, I don't have to. You have to listen to me. And if you don't, I'm going to put you in jail. And so the police officer said, well, I'll put you in jail and we can both sort it out from there. And then there was this standoff. And finally, the guy shows him some identification. But what a ridiculous amount of lawlessness. And what I have been concerned about from the start and what we are seeing is Trump has trained these ICE agents to respond to him and his agenda and not to the law or the Constitution. And that's really dangerous. And that's why people are very uneasy. And that's why as governor, again, I am going to protect public safety. I'm going to protect the people of New Jersey and demand more accountability. It's also why I'm on legislation in Congress to demand that ICE agents are identifiable. I mean, that's just the bare minimum for law enforcement.
While I have you on here, I got to ask you a question about kind of international affairs, especially given your background as a Navy helicopter pilot. This video that Donald Trump posted on social media, which is our military purporting to kill, Donald Trump said, 11 people in a fishing boat off Venezuela. We've heard a lot of mixed stories about what it is. Trump said that this boat had drugs on it and was going to the United States. It's a 16-foot boat, so it's hard to believe that it could even have the requisite amount of fuel to get to the United States. But I won't go down that rabbit hole. I'll just say that Marco Rubio first said that it was going to Trinidad, not the United States, and then changed it and said, no, I meant to say the United States. Then you have Pete Hegseth saying, I just want everybody to know it's not AI, which is a weird thing to say because that wouldn't be my first instinct to even think that as a thing in the first place. But then we have the issue of under what legal authority do you, even if these are bad people, I want the biggest ramifications with drug dealers, especially bad drug people who are bringing drugs into the United States. If that's true, I want the full force and effect of the law. But then there's this question of, is our military just going to go around and just, kill people in fishing boats? And then we, the people, are not, we're several days later of Trump posting a killing video, and we don't know the details of what the heck just happened. And that's never really happened before in our military history, that something like that just goes down. And I can't be silent and be like, I need to know more about what's going on, because to me, this violates my common sense of these types of situations. But you're a former Navy helicopter pilot. What do you make of all this?
Really dangerous times. We're in incredibly dangerous times right now. And I'll tell you that I was in Congress during Trump's first administration. And I saw again and again and again how he tried to create a personal militia, how he tried to have the armed services as his personal militia answering to him like a king, that they wouldn't answer to the Constitution. They wouldn't follow any rules other than what he told them to do. And there was a lot of work that was done by different admirals and generals to stop him from doing that. And the forces got as close as Fort Belvoir, but they didn't go into the city, luckily, during the Black Lives Matter protests. But in the aftermath of that, there were a lot of people in camouflage with firearms, with masks and sunglasses all over the mall, unidentifiable. And when they were asked, they wouldn't identify themselves. There was some thought that they were part of the Department of Corrections, but Trump, again, was trying to find his own militia answerable to him, not to the law or the Constitution. And then fast forward to January 6th, where he had developed this private militia. And I think most of us believe, and I think there's evidence that suggests he had no intention of leaving office. But his private militia wasn't quite strong enough at that time. And so what did he do? He gets back into office. He fires admirals and generals across the board who he thinks could stand up to him. And he's continued that, make no mistake. He's recently fired several three-star admirals and the head of special forces who, I think he felt like weren't totally loyal to him. He's put Pete Hegseth, who is the most incompetent Secretary of Defense this nation has ever had, who is an alcoholic, who has put classified information on unclassified systems to his wife and to his brother in a way that would be laughable if it weren't so dangerous. And so here's a guy, he's run organizations into the ground. And that's the guy that Trump puts in charge of the armed forces and never removes him or holds him accountable, because his very presence as the Secretary of Defense undermines the faith and the trust in our armed forces. And so at every turn, Trump is trying to move people out and replace them with loyalists. He's trying to denigrate the military, as he's always done. And at the same time, he's putting more money into ICE than he is into the Marine Corps, so he can build up this personal militia, as I was saying, accountable to him and not the Constitution. And now we're seeing things like what he's putting out now. And there's no accountability and there's no oversight. He's firing the lawyers that in the military that would provide some of this oversight. And So again and again and again, he is trying to centralize power to himself. And when he's doing so with the military, that's so dangerous, which is why I think that court decision in California is so important on the National Guard. I think it's important that that DC is now taking him to court on the National Guard stuff. And it's really critically important for governors in this nation to stand up, because that's where our power is. Expanding state power in these times with strong governors is going to be what pushes him back and is going to be where we can have accountability, where we can actually make sure that the American people are getting good information. Like I said, when Trump has information he doesn't like, he just starts firing the people who are in charge of it. Where we're going to start to have to run good health programs and vaccinations as other states are, as he's firing the CDC. It's why I'm running for governor. I think this is key. And I think this race here in New Jersey is the only race in the nation right now, is so central to how we chart this path forward and how we set the table for everything that's coming up next year in 2026.
Finally, particularly New Jersey, Trump's had a historically, I feel like, abusive relationship with the state, from the harm he inflicted on Atlantic City to what happens on the grounds of Bedminster. I still find it very ghoulish that he buried his first wife in the back lot of it, and then the Daily Mail exposed that it was like under all of these shrubs, and there's a whole strange world going on over there. But he screwed over the people pretty badly in New Jersey with bankrupting these casinos over and over again, not paying contractors. But then he kind of seeped back in and made all of these big promises. I remember that speech that he gave in the Jersey Shore area during the campaign. I'm going to make everything affordable. I'm going to bring peace on day one. I'm going to solve all of your problems. I promise you, Jersey, I've got it. And for reasons that still, I don't know why, he made some progress in the state with those promises. And then what's the first thing he does? Gets rid of your healthcare, gets rid of your Medicaid, does the exact thing that he did decades before at a larger scale. So finally, before we wrap up this interview, are you seeing a difference? Like, are the people like, you defrauded us again, you just did it, and they're pissed, or is it still wishy-washy?
I think there's a lot of remorse. So here in New Jersey, we've been, I've been speaking to thousands of people. Nobody feels like their costs are going down. Everybody knows costs are going up here in New Jersey. People are concerned. They're concerned about the chaos of the tariffs and how it's putting small businesses out of business, costing our major corporations more money, and they're freezing hiring and new projects because they don't know where the economy is going under Trump. That's why we're working so hard, and I'm working so hard to chart a new path forward. So I would love it if all of your viewers wanted to come help out here in New Jersey. It's one of the only competitive races going on in the nation right now. So you can come here and knock on doors. You can get on the phones. You can get on text. So please go to MikeySherrill.com. We are working incredibly hard because you're exactly right. The bad news is this state swung 10 points to the right in 2024, one of the largest swings in the entire nation. The good news is we have an opportunity to create this mandate here in New Jersey against Trump's policy. We can not only swing New Jersey back, but do more to make sure that as people are wondering, how are the American people receiving Trump's agenda? Here in New Jersey, we have the answer. And that's what we're working to make sure we can provide to the nation. So again, we can set this table going forward.
A veces pareciera que los funcionarios del gabinete de Donald Trump sencillamente pelearan por quién hace peor su trabajo. Y esta semana la persona que peor ha trabajado es Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Todo esto por un colapso lleno de conspiraciones y gritos dentro del Senado, que ignoró una regla simple para trabajar con Donald Trump. Puedes ser corrupto, criminal y hacer lo que quieras, pero siempre tienes que serle leal a tu líder Donald Trump. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. no hizo esto y por eso Donald Trump lo traicionó, con no solo un anuncio impactante, sino que también con un movimiento que podría hacer estallar toda su administración. Antes de entrar en lo que Donald Trump dijo sobre Robert F. Kennedy Jr. en esta audiencia tan interesante, quiero empezar por alguien que está señalando cuánto daño le está haciendo esto a Estados Unidos. Con ustedes, Jessica Tarlop. Miren por favor.
This role is so unbelievably out of his league, it's hard to comprehend. And you say the media is melting down. The media is Senator Bill Cassidy, Senator John Barroso, Senator John Kennedy, Senator Tom Tillis, all Republicans that voted to confirm him, who are saying we are denying people vaccines. You promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines and have not done so.
What vaccines has he denied someone?
Oh, right. COVID-19. Exactly.
To who can't get a COVID-19
Eric
shot?
Erickson's wife to begin, and Bill Cassidy used.
Wait a second. You mean you can't walk into your doctor's office and get a COVID-19 shot?
Why don't you ever prepare? Why don't you prepare? Kathy Hochul had to do it.
Is this true?
No, it's not true. No, it is true.
He reclassified it.
Stop.
He reclassified
Haley,
it.
you now
can still
need
get
a prescription, and CVS and Walgreens is denying it to people because of the quote-unquote regulatory environment. You can thumb your nose at it. You are healthy and lucky you.
This is why
but there are
even
sick
Senator
people.
Warren, I assume you look up to Senator Warren. She said effectively denied. Effectively.
Well, Bill
Notice the
Cassidy
You mean insurance doesn't cover it if you're healthy?
No,
Is
that's
that what
not
you're
what I
talking
mean.
about?
I mean that you need a prescription to get it. It is becoming what?
Okay.
You shouldn't.
If you're healthy, you don't need a COVID vaccine. If you want
You're
one,
not.
pay the
I'm
extra
talking
$100.
about a woman with stage 4 cancer.
They can get it if you have stage 4
Eric
cancer.
Erickson's wife cannot. He wrote about it. He talked about it.
I don't know anything about his wife, but
First of all, this is not a state-by-state basis, Jessica. This wasn't a blanket.
There are 16 states
I'll give you
where
this. There has been some confusion. There's been some confusion.
How big of you to admit that, Sandra? Come on.
Okay. Okay. It was on a state-by-state basis.
I am upset about this.
Don't be so upset.
You urged Jesse to do his homework. I did. There are.
La razón por la que la marca cínica de conspiraciones de salud de Robert F. Kennedy Jr. ha sido efectiva para él es porque él ha analizado de forma correcta el problema del sistema de salud pública de Estados Unidos. Y este es que está roto y no tiene ninguna solución efectiva en este momento. Y Robert F. Kennedy Jr. sencillamente busca romperlo aún más. Eliminar los mandatos de vacunas puede significar que las vacunas ya no sean de acceso gratuito, como lo son actualmente y anteriormente. Y esto va de la mano en que estas vacunas ya no van a ser tampoco accesibles. ¿Tú crees que las grandes farmacéuticas van a seguir dando gratis algo que por ley ya no va a ser gratis de dar? Obviamente no. ¿Crees que van a dejar que algo más que el mercado decida cuánto van a cobrar? Y obviamente subir sus costos lo más posible. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. no simplemente está haciendo que la gente sea completamente escéptica sobre las vacunas en este momento, sino que también está dificultando que cualquiera las obtenga con su idiotez y con estas acciones. Y por eso Bernie Sanders lo está acusando con los problemas de costos que tiene la administración actualmente. Mira, por favor.
Beautiful bill threw 15 million Americans off of healthcare, substantially raised premiums, and is going to have a terrible impact on nursing homes, community health centers, rural hospitals all over America. Very briefly, is that really making America healthy again?
It's going to be the biggest infusion of federal dollars into rural health care in American history.
Yeah, you know why? Because you're cutting $150 billion for rural hospitals. You're putting $50 billion back. That's not an infusion. That's a loss of $100 billion.
La campaña de Donald Trump en el 2024, cuando se postuló nuevamente para presidente, se basaba principalmente en mejorar la accesibilidad dentro de Estados Unidos. Aunque es cierto que actualmente Estados Unidos sufre de una crisis de accesibilidad, no es cierto que Donald Trump llegó para resolverla. Es más, hizo todo lo contrario. La ha empeorado cada día más. El hombre que los economistas predijeron que iba a arruinar toda la economía estadounidense en cuestión de meses, ha cumplido esa promesa y sigue adelante con ella. Y Robert F. Kennedy Jr. no sencillamente está contribuyendo en romper cada día más la economía, sino que también está creando más seguidores que están obsesionados con las conspiraciones, que sin importar lo que cambie con la economía en las próximas décadas de Estados Unidos, ya les ha dejado inculcada una ideología muy arraigada sobre que las vacunas para ellos son malas. Por eso fue sorprendente que Donald Trump terminara diciendo esto, aunque no debería de ser sorprendente. Donald Trump rompe con Robert F. Kennedy Jr. sobre las vacunas, pura y simplemente funcionan. Donald Trump dijo que apoya las vacunas el viernes, rompiendo con el secretario de Salud, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Kennedy enfrentó críticas generalizadas por sus nuevos mandatos de vacunas y reestructuración del personal en los CDC. Donald Trump tiene un historial de cambiar de opinión sobre las vacunas, inicialmente expresando escepticismo en los primeros días de operación Warp Speed, lanzada en el 2020 para acelerar el desarrollo de una vacuna contra el COVID-19. Luego, llamó a la vacuna un milagro médico que podría salvar millones de vidas. Recientemente, el CEO de Pfizer dijo que Donald Trump merecía el Premio Nobel a la Paz por su papel en el desarrollo de la vacuna contra el COVID-19. Chuck Todd predice que Donald Trump arrojará por la borda a un miembro del gabinete. Donald Trump no ha mostrado señales hasta ahora de considerar seriamente la destitución del secretario de Salud Robert F. Kennedy Jr. A pesar de meses de controversia y a pesar de sus crecientes ataques a médicos, vacunas y el consenso de salud pública. Pero el veterano analista Chuck Todd cree que solo es cuestión de tiempo antes de que se vaya. A la derecha le gusta burlarse de los demócratas, a veces cuando están equivocados, en temas que tienen un apoyo del 80%. Y a veces esas críticas son correctas cuando se trata de conversaciones sobre la ley y el orden, cultura y cosas así. Como sabes, es un tema del 80-20, porque tienes a John Trump, John Barrazo. Hay personas que nunca quieren ser vistas como yendo en contra de Donald Trump de ninguna manera. Fue inteligente la forma en la que tanto Casey como Barrazo, para criticar a Kennedy, tuvieron que elogiar al presidente. Y aquí está el asunto, agregó. Hay personas en la Casa Blanca que han estado alarmadas por Kennedy, y es Donald Trump quien dice que tiene miedo de perder el electorado de los Kennedy, y simplemente ha estado dejando que Robert F. Kennedy Jr. siga. Y en algún momento esto se romperá. Y creo que sencillamente terminará arrojando a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. por la borda. Pero sabes, le encanta su trofeo. Y para él, el trofeo es que tenga un Kennedy, ¿verdad? Esto fue lo que me pareció tan interesante dentro de esta audiencia en el Senado. Que los senadores republicanos que estaban criticando a Robert F. Kennedy Jr. entendieron nuevamente qué es lo más fundamental y más importante que se debe de hacer. Que es elogiar a Donald Trump. Porque si eres republicano, casi que cualquier acción tiene que ir de la mano con darle un elogio a Donald. Y entonces, ¿cómo estaban marcando este contraste de que Robert F. Kennedy Jr. estaba del otro lado de Donald Trump? Tiene sentido que esto esté creando una división ahora mismo. Sabemos todo lo que Donald Trump ha estado hablando sobre que él merece ganarse el premio Nobel a la Paz. Y si él cree que su trabajo en la operación Warp Speed, que no sé qué hizo exactamente aparte de ser presidente en ese momento, lo ayuda a alcanzar ese objetivo, no va a permitir que nadie dentro de su administración se lo quite. Y Robert F. Kennedy Jr. trató de mantenerse en línea diciendo que la operación Warp Speed fue completamente exitosa. Pero no funciona cuando al mismo tiempo Robert F. Kennedy Jr. está diciendo que estas vacunas contra el COVID-19 fueron más un problema que una virtud. O sea, hicieron más problemas que soluciones. Así que aparentemente sí, estamos viendo una ruptura entre Donald Trump y Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Y te preguntarás por qué. Obviamente es por el factor lealtad. Porque siempre en esta administración se trata de esto. La lealtad no tiene nada que ver con que los costos estén aumentando. Porque a Donald Trump no le importa. Siempre y cuando los costos estén aumentando para favorecer a su administración, él está contento. Y también acabamos de ver esto con su secretario de Transporte, Sean Duffy. Mira el clip, por favor.
Secretary of Transportation announced that the Department of Transportation is going to abandon that proposed plan. Pete Buttigieg was, of course, Biden's Secretary of Transportation, and he joins us now. Secretary Buttigieg, I see you there at the gate at an airport. Tell us about these proposed rules and what consumers can expect now that the Trump administration is abandoning them.
So the idea of this proposed rule was to make sure that you could get compensation for your time if you are in one of these extreme delay situations or if your flight gets canceled. This is the norm in a lot of countries, Europe, UK, Canada. Passengers have enjoyed these rights for years, not so much in the United States. And so during the time that I was secretary, we launched a process to get these rules developed. It looks like under President Trump and Secretary Duffy, they are canceling that process. So passengers will not have that protection. And they're also indicating that they might be rolling back other protections, other rules that we had finalized, rights that you and I have right now as a passenger that may be at risk, may be rolled back based on some of the preliminary filings we've seen from this administration.
Transportation Department statement to CNN says that the department will, quote, implement all aviation consumer protection requirements mandated by Congress, unquote. Is that enough?
Yeah, let me translate that. In plain English, what that means is they will not do anything to protect passengers unless Congress makes them. We did everything we could within the authorities that Congress provided, and that meant going above and beyond the minimum. Using the legal authority the department had to do things like make sure that you did get your money back automatically, to set strict rules on how that would work, to hold airlines accountable on things like their promises around seating you with your family, transparency around fees, so many other things that I think are really important. Look, the reason we did this was because so many passengers were having such a frustrating experience with the way they were being treated by airlines. And I think that it's very important for a department to stand up for passengers. But I got to tell you, in the Trump administration, we're seeing decision after decision that tilts in favor of corporations and against consumers. With credit cards, they've allowed banks to increase junk fees and late fees. With the FTC, you've seen this conservative push that means that now it's easier for companies to trap you in a subscription that you don't want. And, I always wondered if that was going to, or when that was going to happen on the airline side. Now it looks like it's underway with this news. And again, some signals from the Trump administration that they might be clawing back more passenger protections that, as of today, we already enjoy.
I know you're at a real airport because I hear a crying baby behind you. That's how I know it's legitimate. You're at the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport right now. We've seen a lot of travel disruption this year because of outmoded equipment and air traffic control towers. The Trump administration routinely blames the Biden administration and you for not doing anything. Were you aware of, for example, the air traffic control problems at Newark Airport?
Yeah, of course. That's why we did things like launching the contract to modernize the technology. Now, when the Trump administration came in, they stopped it or paused it to see if they could give it to Elon Musk. As I understand, that contract is now back up and running. But look, this is one area where I support the things that the secretary says he wants to do. There are definitely things that we saw needed to be done when we inherited the air traffic control system that we inherited from the first Trump administration. We moved the ball as far as we could. I'd like to think this is a bipartisan cause where so many of us, including obviously me at the moment changing planes, are members of the traveling public who depend on a safe, strong air traffic control system.
Esta fue una campaña que Donald Trump llevó en el 2024 diciendo que reduciría los costos, que haría tu vida mucho más sencilla. Y han deshecho cualquier acción que hicieron dentro de la administración de Joe Biden que se enfocaba justamente en eso, de mejorar la calidad y accesibilidad de la vida. Donald Trump sencillamente ya no puede esconderse su encubrimiento sobre el caso de Jeffrey Epstein. No puede ocultar su horrible índice de aprobación, porque cada vez que aparece en público todo el mundo lo abuchea. Y cada día esto parece ponerse peor para Donald Trump. Es que ya ni siquiera puede ocultar su estado de salud deteriorada. Porque todos sabemos que Donald Trump más que nada se preocupa por el que lo vean fuerte, el que lo vean como un hombre rudo cuando no lo es. Porque es todo lo contrario, es un hombre sensible, físicamente hablando, tiene tobillos hinchados, las manos están negras, se tiene que cubrir de maquillaje en todo el cuerpo para que no lo vean lo mal que está. Ni siquiera puede caminar recto y pasa arrastrando palabras. Por esa razón, el nuevo escándalo de salud de Donald Trump está explotando en este momento. Todo esto después de que fue captado en un momento muy revelador dentro del US Open. Ahora, antes de hablar de este momento captado en cámara, que tiene todo el mundo hablando sobre el estado de salud de Donald Trump, quiero empezar por otra cosa que él está tratando de encubrir, pero sencillamente no le está saliendo bien. Este es el escándalo de Jeffrey Epstein y Jasmine Crockett lo denunció de una forma muy buena. Mira, por favor.
So what does the Oversight Committee hope to find when staffers review documents?
Yeah, so a couple of things here. I don't know that I'm as confident as they are. I do believe that this is a call to action for the American people, as you were just discussing how upset the American people are on both sides of the aisle. I think that this is a good opportunity for those Republicans that believe that transparency is paramount to go ahead and call their elected representatives. We've seen so many of these senators that have decided that they won't run for re-election because they understand that what Trump is doing overall is absolutely killing their opportunity to seek re-election. So some of these House members, they need to feel the pressure of their constituents. So I say if you're a Democrat or a Republican, make sure you call your House member and tell them that you want them to sign the discharge petition. As it relates to the Democrats, we've all signed, so actually don't waste your time calling us. You're going to need to call Republicans to sign off. I do believe that this is not political, and I do believe that it is a moral issue because there is no way that you could hear anything that these survivors have said and feel like it's political. In fact, we know that a number of those survivors are actually Trump supporters, and they are so disappointed that he has now decided that this is nothing more than a Democratic hoax. Not to mention, we have the Speaker of the House sit and listen to these survivors in a closed hearing, or not a hearing, but a closed roundtable meeting, and then come out and say that the President of the United States was an informant that helped to take down Epstein. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And truly, it only makes people say, no, we really have to dig in. And this cannot just be limited to Comer, who does everything that he can to appease Donald Trump, being the one that is going to oversee this release. As it relates to what we expect to be in the birthday book that they said didn't exist, I have no idea, but I look forward to seeing what's in it.
Después de escuchar los testimonios de estos valientes supervivientes, tenemos que recordar que Donald Trump, al querer encubrir todo esto, no solo se quiere proteger a él mismo, no solo quiere proteger a Jeffrey Epstein o no solo quiere proteger a Ghislaine Maxwell. Fue una conspiración criminal y hay varias personas involucradas muy poderosas en este tema. Y el Departamento de Justicia está tratando de usar todos sus recursos para encubrir estos nombres, diciéndole a todos los jueces que por favor no los revelen. Están tratando de impedir que el Comité de Supervisión y Robert García hagan público el libro de cumpleaños de Jeffrey Epstein, porque él no quiere que estos nombres salgan a la luz. Y yo diría que Donald Trump está perdiendo el sueño por todo esto, pero según el vicepresidente J.D. Vance, él casi ni duerme, lo cual se relaciona con el momento tan grave de salud que acabamos de ver de Donald Trump. Así que quiero que veas cómo el vicepresidente describe el patrón de sueño de Donald Trump, patrón que yo considero peligroso. El vicepresidente J.D. Vance ha arrojado algo de luz muy necesaria sobre cuántas horas duerme realmente el presidente de los Estados Unidos en cualquier noche. Una cosa que he aprendido trabajando con él todos los días es que no tiene un interruptor de apagado, dijo el vicepresidente a Fox News. Para sorpresa de cualquiera que haya llegado hasta aquí sin haber visto hablar a Donald Trump, a veces el presidente te llama a las 2:30 o a las 2 de la mañana. Luego te llama a las 6 de la mañana sobre un tema completamente diferente. Vance continuó: es como, señor presidente, ¿usted durmió anoche? Donald Trump tiene 79 años, una edad en la que la mayoría de las personas duermen más, no menos, y en la que los estudios indican que un déficit crónico de sueño tiene un impacto mucho más pronunciado en la salud cognitiva y física. Los rumores sobre la salud de Donald Trump, por supuesto, se han alimentado por varias publicaciones en las últimas semanas en las que se ha visto al presidente con pantorrillas hinchadas, manos como moretones y dificultad para caminar. Así que si de por sí Donald Trump ya se encuentra con un deterioro de salud, el hecho de que no duerma lo aumenta y es muy preocupante. Pareciera que Donald Trump, para poder tener la resistencia que tiene, está dependiendo de algunas sustancias. Y por eso esta foto que vimos en el US Open, donde Donald Trump parece estar tomando lo que parece ser una pastilla, es demasiado pequeña para ser una menta, ha generado tanto revuelo. Algunos doctores, no sé qué credenciales tengan porque es Twitter, han comentado que podría ser un estimulante. Podría ser algo que Donald Trump utilice para mantenerse despierto. No sabemos si es una pastilla o es una menta. No parece Altoid, es demasiado pequeña. Podría ser algo que Donald Trump está tomando, como se ha reportado ampliamente a lo largo de toda su vida política e incluso antes, para mantenerse despierto. No quiero decir que para mantener su mente aguda, pero con las cosas como están tan críticas en este momento, que existe una imagen de Donald Trump tomando una pastilla y que él no haya indicado que tiene algún problema médico, ha generado un escándalo dentro de redes sociales. Por supuesto que la foto no se ve bien y el contenido tampoco se sabe de qué sea, pero eso basta para que retomemos el tema de la salud del presidente de Estados Unidos, porque ese es el estado actual en el que se encuentra el presidente Donald Trump. Solo esa simple conversación encendió la llama para hablar de los tobillos hinchados de Donald, el encubrimiento de los moretones en la mano, su incapacidad de poder caminar en línea recta, el hablar cada vez más arrastrado de Donald Trump, y las pruebas evidentes de que él se encuentra dentro de un notorio deterioro cognitivo. Es más, Donald Trump ya ni siquiera puede escuchar bien. Y esto lo vimos en su cena con Mark Zuckerberg y con Bill Gates, en la cual Melania Trump tuvo que repetirle todas las preguntas de los reporteros, pues Donald Trump no podía escucharlas ni entenderlas. Este es un desarrollo que estamos viendo día tras día de Donald Trump. Bueno, más que desarrollo, una decadencia en su salud. Pero esta simple foto habla por sí sola para comenzar a hablar sobre el tema de la decadente salud de Donald. Algo que podemos ver y agradecer es que por fin los medios tradicionales están comenzando a hablar de la salud y el deterioro de esta misma salud de Donald Trump. Algo que ningún medio quería hacer, pues tenían miedo a la reacción de Donald. Aunque bueno, los medios independientes como el que estás viendo, siempre hablamos de todos estos temas, pues sencillamente nadie nos está intimidando ni amenazando todavía. De hecho, en este programa hablamos de la salud de Donald Trump todo el tiempo, pues es tan evidente que este hombre no se encuentra en todos sus cabales y su administración se está aprovechando de esto. El deterioro de salud de Donald Trump es muy radical y conforme pasa el tiempo se vuelve más preocupante. Vimos a Donald Trump decir el viernes que va a cambiar el nombre del Departamento de Defensa a Departamento de Guerra. Esto fue exactamente después de que Donald Trump estuvo días, pero como 5 o 6 días desaparecido, y más de uno pensaba que ya no se encontraba entre nosotros. Él admitió que todo esto fue un simple movimiento de ego, pues quería parecer más rudo. Así que decidió tener este movimiento que únicamente fue cambiar el nombre, lo cual pareciera que es lo único que hace Donald Trump, cambiar nombres de instituciones, o a lagos o a ubicaciones. Donald Trump comenzó cambiando el nombre a Golfo de América. Una decisión completamente idiota que yo considero que nadie la mantiene. Ha puesto mástiles de bandera frente a la Casa Blanca. Ha destruido completamente el jardín de rosas de la Casa Blanca. Probablemente porque no quiere que sus amigos multimillonarios ensucien sus zapatos de $10,000 cuando lleguen a la Casa Blanca. Y convirtió este hermoso lugar de la Casa Blanca en un feo patio para su recreación. Donald Trump durante su presidencia se ha enfocado más en cambiar nombres y remodelar la Casa Blanca que en mejorar el estado de Estados Unidos. Así que yo creo que debería de ceder las funciones presidenciales a una persona que realmente se preocupe. Y obviamente no estoy hablando de J.D. Vance. Quiero que escuche lo que tiene que decir Jasmine Crockett. Préstale mucha atención, por favor.
What do you say to lawmakers who heard their stories and they still refuse to support a full investigation into the Epstein case?
I think they all deserve to lose their seats. I mean, at the end of the day, we swear an oath to the Constitution and we swear to serve and to protect Americans. And right now, as you just had a conversation about this administration that is not attacking enemies, but has decided that it wanted to be an enemy towards its own American people, this is yet another attack on us. And what type of precedent is it setting? And what is it telling those that are suffering right now as victims as it relates to our elected officials? It says that so long as you have enough money and or power, then you will be protected and not the most vulnerable amongst us. We are talking about people that were children. You played a clip of Miss Farmer who talked about her as well as her sister that were abused in the 90s, and they reported this, and unfortunately nothing happened to the extent that we had survivors that were giving us testimony as late as 2008 when he was absolutely supposed to be incarcerated in Florida, yet he was still somehow managing to abuse women. We have to stand up. I don't know who's in these files. I don't know if they're Democrats, Republicans, or independents. I don't know if they're donors to any specific campaigns. I have no idea. And honestly, it just doesn't matter. What matters is about doing better for not only these women, but for future generations.
So the Justice Department asked a federal judge overseeing the case to deny a request from NBC News unsealing the names of two Epstein associates who received six-figure payments from him in 2018. That's 2 days after the Miami Herald began reporting about his 2008 plea deal. Prosecutors in 2019 said Epstein had helped protect both associates from prosecution in that plea deal. The DOJ then cites privacy concerns for not making their names public. But I'm curious response to that, because aren't their names already out there?
I would assume so. But it shows you the lengths that this administration will go to protect pedophiles, to protect criminals. I mean, I don't know what the American people thought they were going to get when they decided to elect a 34-count convicted felon, but their privacy? Give me a break. You're talking about, if you paid any attention to any of these survivors, you're talking about women that are consistently suffering because of what they endured. And Epstein is gone because of the amount of connections that he said he had. I mean, when you talk about going to the highest levels, you heard that the first young lady obviously had an English accent. They told us about the things that they were doing as it relates to false immigration papers and false marriages. And you can't get through immigration without the federal government, right? Like, you can't continue to abuse women while you're incarcerated by the federal government unless somebody on a high level within the federal government is assisting you in this. No, everyone needs to be held accountable. And if these women have had to struggle with the nightmares and the hate now that they're getting and the hate that they got before, then gosh darn it, if you ended up with a payday, I'm sorry, but you get what's coming to you.
Give me a sense of what you expect this week, timeline-wise, and when do you think the public will learn more?
Yeah, so I really don't want to put out there and say you're going to get this by this date, right? We know that the 33,000 documents that we ended up receiving in our first tranche, which hopefully, we got a lot more coming really soon, because we didn't say give it to us in little bits. But anyway, we know that we have that within our possession, and it took the committee 3 weeks approximately to release it to the American people. So I really don't have any expectations as it relates to a timeline. I will say anything that can slow this thing down if it's under Comer's watch.
Lo que vas a ver es muy importante, así que préstale mucha atención. Mira el clip, por favor. Una ovación de pie en Brooklyn, Nueva York, para el senador Bernie Sanders y para Soro Mandani, quien se postula para alcalde de Nueva York. Ha estado llenando estadios con multitudes abarrotadas en un año que ni siquiera es año electoral. Estas multitudes que Bernie Sanders ha reunido son incluso más grandes que las que Donald Trump reunió en años electorales. Sin embargo, los medios corporativos, medios tradicionales, están evitando completamente mostrarte esto. Así que déjame enseñarte lo que está energizando a todas estas multitudes, lo que está movilizando realmente a todas estas bases en este momento. Son discursos como este, discursos como el que tiene Bernie Sanders, que realmente te enchinan la piel y te hacen dar cuenta de que existen buenos líderes dentro de Estados Unidos. Una de las cosas que hace tan bien Bernie Sanders es que no simplemente habla muy bien, sino que también sabe escuchar al pueblo y sabe cómo satisfacer sus necesidades. Así que me gustaría que escuches este clip de Bernie Sanders hablando con el pueblo y demostrando qué tan buen líder es. Presta atención, por favor.
And it is an honor and privilege to be with you this evening and to congratulate the next mayor of the city of New York, on an extraordinary campaign. This guy started at 2% in the polls, and he blew away the opposition. And what was most extraordinary about his primary campaign and the campaign he is running right now is his campaign is not ugly 30-second TV ads. It is a grassroots movement, which you have been part of. I don't know, Zoran, if it's a world record or not, but having 50,000 volunteers in a mayor's election, pretty good to me. Now, as part of our Fighting Oligarchy tour, which Zoran is joining me on tonight, we have now been to 21 states. We have done 35 events for over 300,000 people from Maine to California. And what I can tell you without any fear of hesitation is the American people in red states and in blue states do not want to live in an oligarchic society. They do not want to live in an authoritarian society. They do not want the White House to be practicing unprecedented kleptocracy. And they sure as hell do not want to see a continuation of the oligarchs' war against the working class of this country. And what Zoran's campaign is about is an understanding that today we are living in an unprecedented moment in the modern history of our country, and we have got to fight back in an unprecedented way. So let me say a few words. Let me just say a few words about what's going on in this country. Thoughts I think you're not going to see in corporate media, you're not going to hear in the halls of Congress. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of America. Zoran just talked about children in New York City and in Vermont who are hungry, people who are homeless. And yet the wealthiest 1% have never had it so good. If you can believe it, today you have, and it's important that we feel the outrage of children going hungry, people being homeless, 85 million without health care, and you got one guy, Mr. Musk, whose own wealth is more than the bottom 52% of American households. And you may have seen in the papers, they want to give him a little bonus. Another $800–900 billion. We are living in crazy world. Millions of people struggling to put food on the table, and making one guy a trillionaire is insane. Not what this country is supposed to be about, and we are not going to allow that to happen. But it's not only income and wealth inequality. Today you have more concentration of ownership in America in every major sector: financial services, transportation, agriculture, media. You got a handful of giant corporations that determine what is produced, how workers are treated, and what you pay for those products. But it's not just income and wealth inequality. It is not just a small number of people controlling our economy. You have 6 major media conglomerates that control in this country what 90% of our people see, hear, and read. It is not an accident, brothers and sisters, that Mr. Musk owns Twitter. Not an accident that Mr. Zuckerberg owns Meta, which is Instagram and Facebook. Not an accident that Mr. Ellison recently bought Paramount, which owns CBS. Not an accident that Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post and Twitch. Not an accident that our good friend Rupert Murdoch owns the New York Post, Wall Street Journal, and right-wing publications all over the world. Bottom line, never before in American and in fact world history have so few people had so much wealth and economic power. And with this development of AI, which is a whole world unto itself, they're going to have, unless we stop them, more concentration of ownership and more power. But it's not just the economy that these guys control. And that is what we're seeing and what makes this particular campaign of interest worldwide. These guys control, especially since the disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, we have a situation where it is perfectly legal for billionaires to set up super PACs and spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars supporting candidates who will protect the interests of the rich and defeating candidates who are trying to represent working families. So in other words, what you are seeing now is an oligarchy with enormous economic power and enormous political power in both political parties. And what this campaign is about, and why it is so enormously important, is it a test case? It is a test case of whether or not democracy is still able to prevail. You know, in the old days, I mean, money has always played an enormous role in politics. Nothing new about that. But in the old days, they kind of kept it secret. Right now, You got people like Bill Ackman and others saying openly, front pages of the newspapers, we will spend as much as it takes to defeat this guy. You have the President of the United States working to make it harder for him to get elected. So what are these people, these oligarchs, afraid of? Seems to be a nice guy, dresses very nice, beautiful smile. Unlike me, he's a pleasant guy. What the hell are they afraid of? And what they are afraid of, brothers and sisters, is not only the question of bringing justice to New York City. You know what they're afraid of? They're afraid of Mr. Mamdani becoming an example to what can happen all over this country. That's what this campaign is about. They are scared to death. If 50 or 70,000 people in New York City can get involved in the political process, that means that millions of people coast to coast can get involved and elect progressive leaders. That's what this campaign is about. And you know what else they're afraid? They have, because they control media, and political life, and economic life, they control in many ways the culture of America. And this is what the culture today is about. It's about walking the streets of America and finding people sleeping out on the street. It's about seeing 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck, while the people on top are becoming phenomenally rich. And what the culture says basically is, you are powerless. There is nothing you can do about it, because the oligarchs own it all. They have unbelievable wealth. They have power. They own the media. They own the political system. You are powerless. And what we are here tonight to say is, to hell with you. We're going to take you on. We're going to defeat you. That's what this campaign, and that's what fighting oligarchy is about. They want to tell you that we cannot change this incredibly unfair and unjust status quo. Think about what Iran is campaigning on. Every psychologist in the world tells us that 0 through 4 are the most important years of human development, right? And in Washington, I hear all of my colleagues, they love America. Oh my God, got big flags all over the place. Well, if you love America, you love the children of America. If you love the children of America, you don't have hungry kids in Vermont or New York City. And you don't have a broken and dysfunctional and unaffordable child care system. Oh my God, what a radical idea to say that parents and kids should have good quality child care. Oh, how radical you are. Oh my God. All over this country, in Vermont, in New York City, people cannot afford their housing. Now, it's a funny thing. I did some calculations. I grew up, as some of you may know, about a mile away from here. And I grew up in a family that did not have a lot of money, and we lived in a rent-controlled apartment. So my dad never made any money, but we were able to live with an element of security. And I did some calculations based on my dad's income. We were spending back then, Zoran, about 18% of our family's income on housing. 18%. Okay. First year of college, I went to Brooklyn College. If my memory is correct, and my brother graduated from Brooklyn College before me. And when he graduated, do you know what tuition was in Brooklyn College? It was zero. It was zero in state colleges in Vermont. It was zero at the University of California. It was zero in many great public colleges and universities. What a radical idea. You want to make college affordable. Unheard of. We only had it 70 years ago. What a radical idea to say that we should stabilize rents so that working class people can live in this city. What a radical idea to say that working class families should be able to go into a grocery store in an area where there are food deserts and be able to afford decent quality food for their children. Oh man, what a radical guy he is. What's the point? The point is you've been sold a bill of goods. You've been told that this is the best America can be. You've been told that it's okay for a few to have unbelievable wealth while 60% struggle to put food on the table and pay their rent. You've been told that it's okay that we got kids all over this country who give up the dream of a higher education because they can't afford it and don't want to go deeply into debt. You've been told that it is okay for working class parents to have to spend 30-40% of their limited incomes on child care. That's what you've been told. Well, what Zoran is telling you and what I am telling you tonight, that is a crock of dash. And here is the story that they don't want to get out. In the richest country in the history of the world, it is not a radical idea to say that every man, woman, and child in America can have a decent standard of living. That ain't radical. It's not radical to say that we can have a vibrant democracy by getting rid of Citizens United and moving to public funding of elections. It's not radical to say that the billionaire class has got to start paying their fair share of taxes. It is not radical to say that health care is a human right, not a privilege. And that we should not be the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child. It is not radical to say that we should have the best educational system from child care to graduate school in the world. It is not radical to say that we should not have the highest rate of childhood poverty, the highest rate of senior poverty of almost any major country on earth. And by the way, it is not radical to say that we should have a foreign policy based on humanity and based on justice. That we should not be spending tens of billions of dollars on the government of Israel that is currently starving children to death. That is not radical. That is what the American people want. So, brothers and sisters, what this struggle is about, and let me not kid you, it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough because these guys, these oligarchs, they are very religious people. Their religion is greed. You would think that if you had a couple of $1 billion, it might be enough. Not for them. These are strongly motivated people. They work very hard. They want more and more and more, and they don't care whom they destroy in the process. So they have the wealth, they have the power. But you know what we got? And that what Zoran's campaign is showing, we have the people. And the whole world, after Zoran is elected, the whole world, all the oligarchs are going to come down hard on him. Believe me, they will. Media will come down hard on him. So he's going to have to figure out a new way to govern. And you are going to be an integral part of that governing. So brothers and sisters, I want to thank all of you for coming out in this difficult moment in American history. And I want to remind you what you already know. What's going on here in New York City in this campaign is being watched all over America, all over the world. So the struggle we are engaged in is not just for us. It's not just for our kids. It is for the future of this planet. It's for the future of democracy. This is a fight we cannot and will not lose. Thank you very much.
Ahora quiero que veas la parte del discurso en la que habla Zoro Mandani, el cual se está postulando para alcalde de Nueva York. Y esa elección está a la vuelta de la esquina, así que probablemente sea el alcalde. Miren el clip, por favor.
And in the same year that Ronald Reagan won, not just the presidency, but the state of Vermont, Bernie was in his 30s, a Democratic socialist, running against someone who had been powerful and well known for years, an opponent who struggled to pronounce his last name. There are some parallels. And Bernie won that race by 10 votes. And then he won again, and he won again, and he won again. And the motto of not just Bernie's campaign, but governance was Burlington is not for sale. And it is a motto that drove the work that he did when he fought back against corporate greed to transform the Lake Champlain waterfront not simply into testaments to profit, but instead a living, breathing testament to what is possible for investing in working people. When he fought for affordable housing, when he took on a broken property tax system, when he continued to show what it looked like for city government to understand dignity as its responsibility. That is how Bernie fought. And we know that in that motto of Burlington is not for sale, we see echoes in our own struggle today, where we have to say that New York City is not for sale. New York City is not for sale to Donald Trump's billionaire donors. It is not for sale to corporations like DoorDash. It is not for sale to corrupt politicians like Andrew Cuomo. And Bernie has continued to lead in this movement, going from Burlington is not for sale to fighting back against oligarchy coast to coast in this country. And that fight, not just against oligarchy, but for democracy, is a fight that has energized tens of thousands of Americans across this country. It has shown once again that politics is something that can be powered by ordinary people, with not just a rejection of authoritarianism, but a belief in what is possible as well. And we know that that oligarchy has an impact right here in New York City. We know it does because when Donald Trump ushered through his so-called big beautiful bill, he did so ushering through the greatest wealth transfer in American politics. His legislation will throw millions of New Yorkers off of their health care. For a man who campaigned on cheaper grocery prices, it will cut SNAP benefits for the hungriest among us. And all of this to give more money to those who already have more than they know what to do with. That is the fight that we are seeing taking place here. The interconnectedness of an attack on working people, all to enrich those same billionaire donors that gave us Donald Trump's second term. That is the fight that unites us across this country in this moment. A fight where we make clear that this is a city where we will choose our own mayor. It's not going to be Donald Trump. It's not going to be Bill Ackman. It's not going to be DoorDash. We will choose our mayor. And we know that this fight is not an easy one. It was not an easy fight for Bernie when he led Burlington. It was a fight that took every single thing, every single day. But are you committed to continue this fight? I need to know, are you committed to continue this fight? Because I want to be clear. We are not just here together with the message to come out and vote in November, though that is critically important. We will continue to organize beyond the election. We will continue to organize because we have an agenda to win. The promises we have made are promises we must keep. And so together we will freeze the, make buses fast and deliver universal. We will freeze the, make buses fast and deliver universal. We will do these things and we will do them together. If anyone tells you that after you cast your vote, you have done your job, tell them it is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. Because in a city where 1 in 4 are living in poverty, in a city where for the 9th consecutive year 100,000 children in our school system are homeless, in a city where 500,000 of those children go to sleep hungry every single night, it will take all of us to ensure that dignity is not only possible, but it is a reality for each and every New Yorker. And one of the many things that we love about Bernie is you could go to any year that he has been in politics and you will find him saying the same thing. The same thing. No matter if the photo is in black and white or it's in color, you know it's about income inequality, it's about justice, it's about dignity. But today, Bernie said something to me that no man is an island. We are all in this struggle because someone brought it to us. And as we remember that, we must know that now it is also our turn to not only join this struggle, but to lead this struggle. It is a time for all of us to see ourselves as the people who could deliver the world that we deserve. And in this moment, we must make clear, this is an intergenerational struggle. This is a struggle, not just for some, not just for the young, not just for the few, not just for those in the beginning of their lives and their careers. This is a struggle for everyone. It is a struggle for everyone because it is about everyone. We talk about our vision. It is a vision of universality. It is not one where we ask you your name, where we ask you where you were born, where we ask you your religion, where we ask you your status. We simply ask you to join us. That is our question. And so it is an honor to be here alongside an icon of our struggle.
Estas son dos muy poderosas personas, no solo en su forma de expresarse, sino en su gratitud y en lo bien que le pueden hacer al país y al Estado como tal. Donald Trump ha sido captado en grabaciones. Tenemos las pruebas, tenemos las fotos y tenemos los videos. Y por favor, créanme, necesitamos difundir esta información. Ahora que Chicago va a ser invadido por el Departamento de Defensa, corrijo, el Departamento de Guerra de Donald Trump. Porque sí, Donald Trump de forma ilegal renombró el Departamento de Defensa al Departamento de Guerra. Es inminente. De hecho, Donald Trump está publicando memes en Twitter. Memes que él titula Chico Polips Now. Está diciendo que va a hacerle a Chicago lo mismo que le hicieron a Vietnam. Así que esto es verdaderamente urgente y yo de verdad casi nunca te lo pido, pero si puedes compartir este video para que le llegue a más gente, porque créeme que lo que vas a ver aquí es impactante. Y es muy necesario que la gente sepa lo que está pasando. Aquí tenemos un video de Alito, Texas, en un lugar donde trabajadores estaban construyendo nuevas viviendas. Una de las áreas a donde a ICE le encanta atacar es áreas donde hay constructores, porque muchas veces los inmigrantes empiezan o continúan siempre trabajando en construcción. En este caso ocurrió en un estado rojo, en Homito, Texas. Observa lo que ocurre cuando el ICE entra en este vecindario donde los inmigrantes, bueno, indocumentados, estaban construyendo esta casa. Miren el clip, por favor.
¿Quiere que le ayude a avisar a su familia o a alguien? ¿Por qué no? Tiene derecho a una llamada. ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Juan qué? ¿De dónde es?
Ahora mira lo que pasó después de que el ICE se llevó a todos estos trabajadores, personas honestas que estaban simplemente trabajando. Mira cómo quedó el área de construcción. También es importante señalar que el ICE allanó una fábrica de Hyundai y se llevaron a todos los trabajadores justo cuando Hyundai estaba a punto de invertir una gran cantidad de dinero dentro de Estados Unidos. ¿Pero qué crees que pasó? Estados Unidos, bueno, el ICE, impidió que estos trabajadores continúen desempeñándose ahí. La gente en Corea del Sur está absolutamente enojada con ellos. Ahora, aquí otro lugar en la feria Texas. Observa este otro sitio de construcción allanado por el ICE. Mira, por favor. Esto se ve en el área de Columbia Heights en Washington, D.C. Cerca de un gimnasio, en una zona tranquila de Washington. Se enviaron a 17 agentes del ICE para arrestar a una única persona. Y verás qué tan indignadas estaban las personas dentro de Washington, D.C. Mira el clip, por favor.
Do you guys think this is a good use of our tax dollars? Are you kidding me? Bye. Go stand around somewhere else. Jesus Christ.
Ahora verás cómo el ICE detiene a esta persona que tiene residencia, o sea que sí puede estar en Estados Unidos, y le negaron que tenga su asistencia médica necesaria pues tiene cáncer. Ella está literalmente escupiendo sangre y no se puede mantener en pie. Ella ha perdido 25 kilos, apenas puede caminar y si no la dejan tener el tratamiento, muy probablemente pierda la vida. Lleva 6 meses detenida sin tener acceso a un especialista en leucemia. Su nombre es Arabella Rodríguez Márquez, una mujer lesbiana que tristemente se convirtió en el centro de ataque de estas personas que apoyan a Donald Trump. Personas del grupo LGBTQ+, han sido personas que han sido acosadas y segregadas por parte de este régimen de Donald Trump. Ella está siendo tratada incluso peor que personas indocumentadas. Solo imagínate cómo tienen que estar sufriendo porque tiene cáncer, no puede asistir a sus tratamientos, la están tratando mal. Perdón, pero qué impotencia. Qué injusto porque ella, aparte de todo, no estoy diciendo que sea justo lo que hacen con las personas indocumentadas ni de cerca. Pero es una persona que tiene su residencia, no hizo nada ilegal, simplemente la secuestraron y, perdóname, pero hace años en Estados Unidos, si esto llegaba a pasar, no hubiera pasado ni 2 días encarcelada y hubiera demandado porque lo que hizo, bueno, lo que está haciendo Donald Trump es muy fuerte. Mira el clip, por favor.
She says she met with a woman named Yadi who has leukemia and has been here since February.
She was diagnosed in 2013. She has numbing. She's unable to walk. She has bruises all over her body. She was sobbing, telling me her story.
Ansari is demanding Yadi be able to see an oncologist.
She's coughing up blood, she's vomiting. She says that she is dying, and she's been told over and over again that she would be able to see a specialist, and that has yet to happen.
Arizona's family reported on Yadi's situation in July. An ICE spokesperson told us then Yadi was arrested for attempting to smuggle an illegal alien passenger with fraudulent identification in her vehicle at the border in Nogales. ICE officials say she never told Border Patrol about her cancer diagnosis, and she has seen a medical professional more than a dozen times since she was sent to Eloy.
The accusations against her are egregious, but beyond that, her only ask right now is to see a specialist so she doesn't have to be in debilitating pain each and every day.
Ansari plans to go back to Eloy again to talk with more immigrants and continue to push for reform. We reached out to ICE for a comment today and we have not heard back, but we've previously been told they deny allegations of poor conditions. Live in studio, Michaela Marshall for Arizona's Family.
En el siguiente video te voy a mostrar a un veterano de la Marina de Estados Unidos que se arrepiente rotundamente de haber votado por Donald Trump, después de que el ICE detuviera a su esposa. Donald Trump dijo que iba a deportar a inmigrantes ilegales que tengan crímenes, lo cual a él le pareció perfecto. Pero que Donald Trump mintió, se está llevando absolutamente a todos. Y que ahora la ICE la detuvo y está separada de sus 5 y que agentes de la ICE la detuvieron y está separada actualmente de sus 4 hijos y 5 nietos. Está detenida dentro de un centro de detenciones del ICE dentro de Kentucky. Miren el clip, por favor.
My wife is not a criminal.
Donna, an Irish citizen, came to the U.S. when she was just 11 years old, a legal resident alien or green card carrier, but not a U.S. citizen.
It takes about 10, 15 years, and it's very expensive.
All was well, Jim says, until July in Ireland for a family funeral. On the way back at customs in Chicago, Donna was arrested.
You don't arrest 58-year-old grandmothers. It's just wrong. That haven't committed crimes. You just don't do that.
More than 30 days now spent behind bars at a county jail in Kentucky, the U.S. government attempting to deport her.
Do you think she could, in fact, get deported?
Oh, 100%. It's egregious that we have allowed a government to allow this to happen.
So why is it being allowed? Turns out 10 years ago, Donna wrote a bad check, charging documents say for $25.
She was a single mom.
She paid it back and got probation. But Jim says the U.S. government is all of a sudden arguing that was a crime of moral turpitude. The U.S. government says that's a term used in the immigration context that has no statutory definition, but courts have held that moral turpitude refers generally to conduct that shocks the public conscience as being inherently base, vile, or depraved, contrary to the rules of morality.
I mean, do you think it's a crime of moral turpitude?
I think it's nonsense. I think it's a blanket thing to catch everybody to fill beds.
A direct result, he says, of the Trump administration's aggressive immigration policies.
They signed this stupid bill that is torturing innocent people, and that's the problem. She was unlawfully detained by ICE.
Now he spends countless hours on the phone trying to reach his wife, protest what he calls deplorable conditions in jail, and get her released.
She's been in this country 47 years, is married with 5 kids and 5 grandkids, and you're telling me she's a flight risk.
Contacts, he says, to his representatives have gone nowhere. Governor Mike Kehoe's office in a letter said it was a federal issue only.
I want somebody to have the guts and the fortitude to stand up and say, you know what, this is wrong.
You fought for these freedoms that are being taken away from her.
Yep. 20 years service. And it's crazy that this is happening. It's just crazy that this is even allowed in this country. That's the problem. It shouldn't be even thought that this should be okay.
Ahora, en el siguiente video, agentes de la ICE interrumpen en departamentos de Chicago con armas desenfundadas, o sea, con un arma al aire, y derriban puertas mientras familias simplemente dormían. En el video se puede ver a una mujer en pijama boca abajo y a otro hombre sentado mientras es esposado, mientras niños tristemente están llorando mientras ven todo. La casera dijo que llamaron aterrados, pues hombres estaban intentando romper y forcejear su puerta. Ellos tenían documentos legales para vivir dentro de Estados Unidos. La casera dijo que estas personas tenían documentos legales, pues ella es la que se encarga de firmar los contratos, y también dijo que la mayor cantidad de personas dentro de sus departamentos simplemente se fueron porque tienen miedo de vivir y que en cualquier momento los deporten, porque solo imagínate que están durmiendo, no hicieron nada malo. 6 personas, entre padres y esposos, fueron detenidos por agentes del ICE dentro de Illinois. Es más, Donald Trump está amenazando con, aparte del ICE, llevar a los marines a Chicago, en lo que están llamando un chicapolipse, o sea, combinaron la palabra de Chicago con apocalipsis. Esto se traduce en una invasión militar a Chicago. Mira el clip, por favor.
Federal agents seen walking with their guns drawn is what families woke up to August 24th in this Austin apartment. A woman in her pajamas seen patted down on the deck, another man handcuffed in the corner. An emotional and frightening experience for this family.
My tenant called me very scared. He said the police are trying to break into our house.
Arminda Castellan is the property owner.
So when I came on Monday, I just see this door, they break this door.
She says 6 people, mostly fathers and husbands, were detained from here.
People were sleeping and they took guns.
Castellan says now some of her doors are broken.
There is nobody here anymore.
And her building is almost empty after the rest of the tenants fled in fear. Castellan says a mom and baby are still in this apartment trying to figure out next steps after the father was taken.
What you should be looking for is that they give you a judicial warrant.
Guadalupe Rivera is a community activist running for state representative. She says if agents knock on anyone's door, they need to ask for a warrant that looks like this. It must be signed by a judge, have the correct name and recent date. It should not look like this ICE document or have an ICE agent's signature.
do not open the door. You want to ask them to slide it through, like underneath the door.
They say police, but they don't even know what kind of people it is because they're just terrorized right now.
Castellan says her residents thought the agents were police because that's what their vest said. She says she also looked at her tenants' IDs and documents before they signed leases to ensure they were legal citizens.
It's just so sad, you know, they be calling me and I'm just trying to help them.
Rivera says if someone is detained by ICE, they have the right to remain silent, deny entry, and to call a lawyer. We also reached out to our legal analyst to see if ICE agents can wear police vests. He says there's no law or regulation against it. Live in Broadview, Marissa Sulik, CBS News, Chicago.
Ahora te voy a mostrar cómo la ICE detiene a familias que estaban llevando a sus hijos al primer día de clases en la secundaria. Agentes enmascarados estaban escondidos en autos sin placas, autos civiles, cabe recalcar, esperando que estas personas simplemente lleguen a recoger a sus hijos, y ahí fue el momento donde los atraparon. Según estudiantes, lo que pasó fue insólito. Sinceramente, ellos dijeron que solo van a estudiar y no pueden creer que estén viviendo esto. Ahora me pregunto yo, ¿cuántos estudiantes, cuántos chicos tendrán miedo de ir al colegio ahora que saben que están estos agentes del ICE esperándolos? Porque claro, yo de chico, de estudiante, me daría miedo que mi papá me vaya a dejar al colegio, pues en cualquier momento, si es que no tiene papeles, o no, que tenga papeles, con que no sea del color de piel que a ellos les agrada, puede ser arrestado. Miren este clip, por favor.
Masked ICE agents were seen near Brentwood High School yesterday on the first day of classes. While the district insists the agents were not on school property, they were close enough to raise concerns. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Stacey Sager.
No student should feel targeted as they head to school in the morning, but according to advocates for immigrants here in Brentwood, some have been by ICE. Photos snapped of an unmarked dark vehicle Wednesday with blue lights. Two officers, one wearing a face covering, standing by another vehicle, which was stopped here along 3rd Avenue, property adjacent to the Brentwood School District. A group called ICE Look Forward then posting the photos on Facebook to alert the community on their first day of school.
Quite disgusting. We see that ICE has ramped up deportations and has ramped up specifically its profiling in deportations. Why are they not in other more white communities?
All summer long, there have been reports from ICE trackers in communities of color, from Huntington Station to Uniondale to Brentwood, including businesses in these communities, which soon turned painfully quiet due to fear. Today, these students here at Brentwood High School just starting their senior year, hoping it doesn't cast a shadow.
Just come here to learn, but hearing that there's ICE around here, it's really scary.
We asked the Brentwood School District about this today, and a spokesperson gave us a statement from the superintendent from last February, explaining that administrators will be notified if ICE enters school property, and staff advised not to give out students' personal information. Meanwhile, on this day, concerned discussion among friends.
That they saw it in the morning while coming to the buses, like discreet cars in the sidewalks and stuff like that.
People in masks. You know, we think we're coming into a place that we're going to be safe at, and just to hear that we're kind of not, I feel like it's kind of messed up.
The real question is, what sort of effect might this have on attendance here at schools in Brentwood? Will kids be too afraid to come, or their parents too afraid to send them if this continues? We'll have to wait and see as the school year is just getting underway. In Brentwood, I'm Stacey Sager, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Ahora, quiero que veas esto, porque también hay gente que está enfurecida con esto y está manifestando en contra del ICE. Mira el clip, por favor. Ahora, aquí hay una escena en Washington, D.C., según reporta CNN. Los residentes de Washington, D.C. están absolutamente indignados porque estas fuerzas de la ley y del orden están utilizando mucha fuerza innecesaria contra personas que quieren detener. Todo esto mientras Donald Trump presume que su departamento de guerra está invadiendo ciudades dentro de Estados Unidos, lo cual no es nada para presumir, pero es Donald Trump. Mira el clip, por favor.
Are marching to protest the Trump administration, sending thousands of National Guard troops into that city. It has been nearly a month since President Trump deployed troops as part of his anti-crime agenda in D.C. It also led to a surge of federal officers from other agencies and an attempted takeover of the city's police department. Thursday, city officials filed a lawsuit over the deployment, accusing the president of violating the Constitution.
Donald Trump es tan débil que tiene que enfrentarse a las mismas personas que le dieron el voto desde un principio. Pero bueno, yo cumplí con mi misión, que es informarte, como lo hago absolutamente todos los días. Como siempre te digo, para mí lo más importante es tu opinión y me encantaría que la pongas en los comentarios. Además, si te gusta el contenido de política estadounidense, te va a encantar suscribirte al canal, ya que subo videos todos los días. Mi nombre es José Alvarado, soy economista y estoy comprometido a informarte diariamente. Nos vemos en el siguiente video. Adiós.